It is a crisis at this point, but it's been a long time coming.
A violent 12 hours in Baltimore City, leaving 12 people shot. Why some are pointing to shortages within the Baltimore Police Department.
The school system was better 55 years ago than it is today.
Plus, a big day ahead as city school administrators answer directly to city leaders on the state of the city schools. Why critics argue nothing will come from this hearing.
Tracking some rain as we head into our weekend, the final weekend of the month. We'll break it down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. It's Thursday, April 27th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast here today.
Yeah, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we are seeing those showers that actually rolled through over the last couple of hours. So if you're just waking up with us right now, you're going to see some wet roads out there as we take a look at our Towson camera. Those showers just kind of rolled through, I'd say, about 2, 3 o'clock this morning. So you can kind of see those on the right side of your screen moving out toward parts of Delaware and over toward New Jersey as well. So those are moving through, and we're pretty much done with the rain as of now. 40s and 50s for you. Cockeysville and Towson of Baltimore City at 52, 51 your temperature in Brooklyn Park. So weather story, a cloudy morning. We'll see warmer temperatures for the afternoon, but we're dry, and then we are tracking that rain that's heading in for the weekend. Another look at your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Taking a look at our roads, we've got your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Our Towson live camera showing light volume. A little bit of wet conditions out there, so be mindful of that. But otherwise, pretty smooth sailing this morning. We do begin in a city in crisis and a violent week in Baltimore. Within 12 hours, 12 people were shot across the city, including a 14-year-old boy. The latest shooting happened in North Baltimore. As you take a look at the map here, happened at just before 2 yesterday afternoon. An 18-year-old was hurt in that instance. Many now looking to the police department and their struggles to keep up with an already short staff. As the violence was unfolding this week, dispatchers were heard over the scanners. Take a listen.
Wagon person isn't in yet. They're on overtime.
Adam shift units coming clear, guys. Still holding 7 calls or 3 priority ones. They have no one available at this time.
The department is currently down nearly 500 officers. Former Baltimore Deputy Police Commissioner Jason Johnson saying the shortage could be fueling the city's crime crisis.
It is a crisis at this point, but it's been a long time coming. Well, because the BPD does not have the ability to deliver the resources necessary to reduce crime and to, create a sense of safety, which is fundamentally what police departments do. They don't have adequate staffing to do that.
Well, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says the department is getting the job done, but with fewer officers. He says they are using overtime to, quote, flex the size of the department. Johnson calls the overtime critical but concerning.
It's mandatory. It's not optional. This is not an opportunity for officers to increase their income. In many cases, they would prefer to go home and spend time with their family, but they're kept in these long, day-long shifts. Which can in itself be dangerous.
According to the city's police union, there are currently about 600 officers assigned to the city's 9 patrol districts, with only 10 to 14 officers per district per shift. The 14-year-old shot Tuesday night was among 3 people wounded along Orleans and Montford. He's expected to be okay, but the shooting happened right in the middle of the McElderry Park Safe Street Zone, just hours after Fox 45 News attended a news conference in which the mayor's office was touting the success of organizations like Safe Streets. Mackenzie Frost questioned the mayor at a public event yesterday afternoon.
We know that not just with Safe Streets, with our police department, we're not going to say just because, well, someone got shot and the police department was up the street that we shouldn't invest in the police department. We should treat Safe Streets the same way. We know that both approaches work when we have the focus there, but we also know that we have to continue to focus on why in the hell people are doing these kind of things to each other over small things.
The mayor did not answer questions about how Safe Streets locations monitor and track funding of
We're just about 440 here on your Thursday morning, Friday Eve, and our temperatures in the upper 40s and lower 50s. Cool, but not cold. Overall, those numbers are going to continue to climb as we take you through the morning hours, upper 50s through 10 a.m. We'll be on our way to the mid to upper 60s later today, and those numbers are going to be a lot closer to average as we dry out from some of the rain we saw late last night and even early this morning. Mid to upper 60s here across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Coming up in a few minutes, we're tracking that next weather maker that's going to bring a decent amount of rain to our area to kick off the weekend. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing this morning, Adnan Syed is asking the Appellate Court of Maryland to reconsider its decision to reinstate his conviction. Syed's conviction was overturned last September after spending more than 2 decades in prison. The appeals court reinstated it last month after Heyman Lee's brother petitioned the court about the way the conviction was vacated. In the filing, Syed's attorneys argue Lee's brother failed to show how the outcome of September's hearing would have been different had he been present in court. Well, Fox 45 News has been following the Syed case closely for months. You can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Still ahead this morning, new efforts to revitalize Baltimore. Why one group wants to bring new meaning to the term affordable housing. But first, airport frustrations may become a thing of the past. The new tech coming to BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport that could make air travel a breeze. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. Trillions of dollars worth of red ink on the line. The executive vice president of the National Taxpayers Union joins us to discuss. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:41 on this Thursday morning, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Happening today, Laurel Park is confirming that regular training will resume at the track exactly 1 week since a horse's death after getting injured during a race. Live racing likely expected to return on Saturday, pending approval from the Maryland Racing Commission. The Maryland Jockey Club says that they have received part of a track safety report confirming Laurel's dirt track is safe for racing. Trending this morning, BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport is unveiling some new technology to help streamline the airport experience. Check it out. These scanners verify travelers' photo ID and boarding passes in real time, cutting out the need to hand anything over to an agent when you pass through security. The new devices will also cut back on wait times getting to your gate. Well, phase 2 of redevelopment is underway as Baltimore City continues to tear down the Perkins Homes neighborhood. The mayor participating in the demolition. The city is building about 2,000 new affordable apartments across several sites. Perkins Homes was previously a housing project built in the 1940s. The $30 million redevelopment is part of a state effort to bring new meaning to the term affordable housing.
You know, we have not always taken into consideration the dignity of the residents that we put into affordable housing throughout our communities. And that's of course true on the ground that we stand, but today we are looking to renew our commitment to unwinding fundamentally racist policies of the past and to deliberately counteracting those decisions.
Those in attendance at the ceremony also saw a demolition kicking off the next step of this development. A special gift for some Baltimore County students.
On behalf of the residents of Baltimore County, I thank you for your efforts and I wish you much success with this new bike ride. Congratulations!
Yay, you can hear the applause there. Johnny Cake Elementary receiving a new bike rack yesterday. We understand County Executive Johnny Olszewski paid a visit to the school there a couple of weeks ago, and it was at that time that students told him about how they wanted to ride their bikes to school, but they just didn't have a place to keep them. Well, it turns out their plea did not fall on deaf ears.
We need to listen to our children, and we need to tell them that their voices have power and that their voices can change not just their school community, but Cambrians and everyone else in Miss Cutter's classes. They can change their community, they can change the world. Next week,
Bike to School Week comes at perfect time, so we're glad to see students will be able to participate. A lot of smiles out there. 4:47 here. It's Friday Eve. Got a Thursday morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our forecast. Had a little bit of rain early this morning, but how's it looking for the rest of it?
Drying out nicely, Meg. Actually, we're going to warm up a bit today, too. So a good kind of dry spell before that rain tomorrow.
So maybe put the grass seed down now?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be a good thing to do. And maybe get the grass cut today as well, because that rain rolling in for tomorrow morning and into the afternoon. We'll be talking about our next weather maker throughout the morning here, but looking out right now over the Inner Harbor, everything looking nice at this time. In fact, we had some of those showers just a couple of hours ago, but our temperatures haven't really dropped off too much. We're at 52 officially at BWI. A little southeast wind, about 8 to 10 miles an hour. Your rise and shine cast, upper 40s and lower 50s over the next few hours. So as you enjoy breakfast and coffee with us, you can see that sun coming up at 6:14 and stays up till almost 8 o'clock. That sunset at 7:56 tonight. So hanging out at Fells here in the 8 o'clock hour, our day planner, we'll see those numbers into the lower 50s. And taking you through the midday today, we'll see the mid-60s for your temperatures. Not too bad for lunch outdoors. And we're going to get to the mid to upper 60s. Some of us real close to that 70-degree mark here on your Thursday afternoon. We'll see a mix of clouds and sun throughout the day as that drier air is going to work in, as I mentioned, temporarily. Mid to upper 60s across central Maryland for the eastern shore, across the northern sections of the Chesapeake over to Cockeysville and Bel Air in those mid 60s today. Still below average for this time of year. Some lower 70s for D.C. down through Richmond, and even lower 60s down the ocean there at Ocean City for this afternoon. All right, let's talk about the future scan. This is Thursday afternoon. We're going to see the clouds, and some of those clouds are going to start to burn off as we head later into the day. So some pockets of sunshine will be possible, especially as the drier air rolls in. But here comes the next weather maker. This is about 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. We're going to see that rain roll in. And the middle part of the day is when we'll see the potential for the more moderate to heavy rain showers, possibly a thunderstorm or two as well. Moving through Friday afternoon into the evening time, we see those showers stay with us even into early Saturday morning. But the system will track to the north And by Saturday afternoon, what's left behind is a lot of cloud cover, maybe a stray shower or two, but the rain will be stopping for a bit and then picks back up again on Sunday as another weather maker rolls in, especially late Sunday afternoon into Sunday evening. That could also bring some more thunderstorms as well. So we'll keep our eyes on that. A little unsettled for the weekend. Just 8 days until Cinco de Mayo. Cinco de Mayo is next Friday, actually. 17 days until Mother's Day. Just about a month away from Memorial Day, and we're 55 days from the summer solstice. All right, here's that 7-day forecast for you. 69 today, lower 60s on Friday, so that is going to be a little bit cooler with those rain showers that will be around. And then as we head into the weekend, we actually get our numbers back into the lower 70s. But the rain and those thunderstorms kind of getting in our way. But we dry out into early next week, numbers back to the 60s. Meg?
It looks pretty good. Justin, thank you. Remember, you can track the severe storms even when we are not on the air. You can download the free Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store, search WBFF to get started. Taking a look at our roads here this morning, we have your Len Stoller Traffic Network. And again, some wet conditions out there on some of the roads. You can see the shine on the roadways there, but we've got light volume, no major issues to report. Let's get a check now on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there for the start, you'll find a couple delays on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 505 and Penn Train 403 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the start. Light rail link showing no delays. If that's your ride, good to go for travel there. And Metro Subway link on time in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Still ahead on the early edition, school leaders will be in the hot seat tonight after Project Baltimore makes an alarming discovery, why some argue more needs to be done to make real change. But first, all eyes on the White House as President Biden announces he is seeking re-election. What he had to say when critics questioned his age. It's 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, we are taking you live to the White House here this morning, where President Joe Biden is facing serious questions about his age after launching his re-election bid this week. At 80 years old, Biden is already the oldest person ever to serve in the office of the presidency. Republican lawmakers and other critics question if his age is impacting his cognitive ability. Biden has brushed off those concerns, saying he has a job to finish.
I don't think anybody that can say that's watched him over the last 2 years would say that he's performing at the top of his game, and I think that's a concern for every American out there, and should be.
I feel good. I feel excited about the prospects, and I think we're on the verge of really turning the corner in a way we haven't in a long time.
Biden announcing his re-election campaign Tuesday. If re-elected, he would be 86 when ending his second term. Montana House Republicans are barring the state's first openly transgender lawmaker from participating in the rest of the legislative session. With 68 votes to 32, the House ruled to censure Democratic Representative Zoe Zephyr. They say that she broke decorum last week when she accused her Republican colleagues of having blood on their hands. This while discussing a bill to restrict gender-affirming care for minors. She has since been barred from speaking on the House floor, but was given a chance to defend herself ahead of the censure vote.
So when I rose up and said, "There is blood on your hands," I was not being hyperbolic. I was speaking to the real consequences of the votes that we as legislators take in this body.
The Montana State Legislature is scheduled to adjourn May 6th. Zephyr will be allowed to vote remotely, but she can no longer participate in debate or speak on the House floor. A Missouri judge has temporarily halted an emergency rule aiming to restrict gender-affirming care for both adults and children. The rule, introduced by the state's attorneys general, cannot take effect until Monday. The judge is expected to issue a second ruling before then on whether to block the restrictions for a longer period of time. The ACLU of Missouri and other civil rights groups filed a lawsuit arguing the AG lacks the authority to make the broad health care rules. Should the rule go into effect, it would make Missouri the first state to restrict adults from receiving transition-related care. A Pennsylvania state representative wants school nurses to be able to give students prescribed medical marijuana. State law currently only allows parents to do so on school grounds, but Malcolm Kenyatta, a Democrat, feels that it should be expanded to take the burden off parents.
If you have a child who needs to receive their medication twice a day, then that means that parent has to trek it up to the school twice a day to administer this medicine. All we want to do is to simply say, if nurses can administer all the other medicines that people have, that we should not put medical cannabinoid oil in a separate bucket.
Kenyatta has been a vocal supporter of legalizing marijuana. He expects his proposed legislation to be received well in the Pennsylvania legislature. Nearly 36 states are considering legislation geared toward a parent's Bill of Rights. Some states seek broad protections for parents when it comes to their children's education, while others specify instances in areas of concern like sex education, critical race theory, and pandemic protocols. The array of proposals at the state level adds to the tension at the federal level. The House of Representatives passed its own Parents' Bill of Rights last month, but it likely won't be taken up by the Senate, where Democrats say it's just too political. The bill would require schools to make their curriculum public, ensure parents can meet their kids' teachers, and make sure that parents are notified when violence occurs on school grounds. A bipartisan group of senators is pushing to keep kids under the age of 13 off social media, citing higher percentages of depression among children. It would also make it so that those under 18 would need parental consent to use the platforms. The bill would require big tech to step up age verification efforts and go beyond simply asking users to check a box. One of the conservatives pushing it explains their thinking.
This is simply applying the age-old wisdom of mankind from the real world to the digital world. We don't let minors sign contracts. We don't let them open bank accounts. We don't let them enlist in the military. We don't let them drink alcohol or smoke tobacco without parental consent.
The bill could face a legal battle. In 2021, the Supreme Court ruled on its first big free speech case of the internet era, deciding schools cannot regulate student speech online or off campus. This stemmed from a student posting profane comments on Snapchat, who was then suspended from her cheerleading team.
Baltimore City school administrators are being summoned by city leaders for questioning. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain why and what we can expect to come out of the hearing today.
Plus, a violent week in Baltimore has residents on edge, calling for solutions. We're going to take a look at what could be fueling the fire.
We had some showers overnight, tracking some drier conditions today, but more rain is on the way. We'll talk about it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, April 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and you may have a little bit of rain when you walk outside and go, wait a minute, did it rain just recently?
I had my wipers on for part of the commute. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with that forecast.
Showers rolled through just a few hours ago, guys. Dry right now, but yeah, definitely wet on the roads, and that's what we're seeing as we look outside from our Towson camera here. Just a few of those passing showers, and got some heavier rain out near Middle River and Essex a little while ago, but everything is dry now. In fact, you can see on our HD radar that rain has moved out of here. In fact, it's now not even in our state anymore, so we're definitely dry, but it was a nice little shower, a good spring shower, because we definitely need this rain. And don't worry, we're going to get more of it coming into tomorrow. So a cloudy morning, temperatures will be warmer this afternoon, and we will be drier. However, that rain is kicking off our weekend with a rainy Friday right around the corner. Overall, your morning drive, maybe just a little bit wet, but drying out nicely. Temperatures into the low to mid 50s here over the next couple of hours. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's take a look at our Lens Solar traffic network at this early hour as we look at the cameras around our region. People up and out and moving. No issues slowing them down. We begin this morning with the crisis in the classroom. An investigation that you first saw on Fox 45 News will now be front and center during a hearing today.
Baltimore City Public Schools administrators will attempt to explain concerning student test scores.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with more details on what we can expect from the hearing. Olivia.
Yeah, well, city leaders are looking for answers from Baltimore City school administrators. The hearing is happening at 5 this evening right here at City Hall, where the council's Education, Workforce, and Youth Committee will convene. School administrators are being asked to explain why hundreds of city school students are not proficient in math. You remember 2 months ago, a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students among those tested who scored proficient in math. The findings sparked protests outside of school headquarters from parents demanding an explanation.
The school system was better 55 years ago than it is today.
Uneducated person does uneducated things, and we got to educate.
Fox 45 News emailed council members about their intentions, asking, quote, who do you hold accountable? How long do you anticipate it will take for student math scores to improve? And finally, what is your message to parents who have children attending these 23 schools? So far, though, no one has responded. But coming up in about 30 minutes, find out why some critics think today's hearing will end with little to no action. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia, and we want to hear from you. Do you trust city council members to ask tough questions of their school leaders? As you see on the bottom there, so far, 97% of voters responded no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
5:03 and turning now to a city in crisis and a violent week in Baltimore. Within 12 hours, 12 people were shot across the city, including a 14-year-old boy. The latest shooting happened in North Baltimore just before 2 yesterday afternoon. An 18-year-old was hurt. Many are now looking to the police department and their struggles to keep up with an already short staff. As the violence was unfolding this week, dispatchers were heard over the scanners. Take a listen.
Wagon person isn't in yet. They're on overtime.
Adam shift units coming clear, guys. Still holding 7 calls or 3 priority ones. They have no one available at this time.
Now, the department is currently down nearly 500 officers. Former Baltimore Deputy Police Commissioner Jason Johnson says the shortage could be fueling the city's crime crisis.
It is a crisis at this point, but it's been a long time coming. Well, because the BPD does not have the ability to deliver the resources necessary to reduce crime and to create a sense of safety, which is fundamentally what police departments do. They don't have adequate staffing to do that.
Now, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says the department is getting the job done, but with fewer officers. He said they're using overtime to, quote, flex the size of the department. Johnson calls the overtime critical but concerning.
It's mandatory. It's not optional. This is not an opportunity for officers to increase their income. In many cases, they would prefer to go home and spend time with their family, but they're kept in these long, day-long shifts, which can in itself be dangerous.
According to the city's police union, there are currently about 600 officers assigned to the city's 9 patrol districts, with only 10 to 14 officers per district per shift. Fox 45 News will continue to dig deeper into the officer shortage. A former Baltimore police officer who served for decades shares why he says the department is losing far more personnel than they can hire. We have that exclusive interview tonight right here at Fox 45 News at 10.
Now, the 14-year-old who was shot Tuesday night was among 3 people wounded along Orleans and Montfort. He is expected to be okay, but this shooting happened right in the middle of the McElderry Park Safe Streets zone, just hours after Fox 45 News attended a news conference in which the mayor's office was touting the success of organizations like Safe Streets. Our Mackenzie Frost questioned the mayor at a public event yesterday afternoon.
We know that not just with Safe Streets, with our police department, we're not going to say just because, well, someone got shot and the police department was up the street that we shouldn't invest in the police department. We should treat Safe Streets the same way. We know that both approaches work and we have the focus there, but we also know that we have to continue to focus on why in the hell people are doing these kind of things to each other over small things.
Well, the mayor did not answer questions about how Safe Streets locations monitor and track funding of petty cash allowances. Right now, communities across the southern U.S. are cleaning up after a flash of violent weather.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center now with some of the images just coming into our newsroom. Megan?
Wait till you see this, guys. This right here, this is coming into us from Melbourne, Florida. Keyword Florida here. And if we look closely, I'm going to zoom in on here. What you see right there, that appears to be snow on the ground. Remember, Florida, it is actually hail that fell so quickly it started piling up like snow. You can see it in the grass there on the mulch by the trees. Unbelievable sight there in Florida. Here's another shot from firefighters in that same area. This is what it looked like through their windshield. Almost hard to tell where the road is there from the hail that fell. Pretty incredible. Texas always does things a little bigger, though. Take a look. Multiple reports of baseball, softball, even grapefruit-sized hail in central and eastern Texas. Listen to the sound it makes in this video. Pretty crazy. That's tennis ball sized hail there falling near Dublin, Texas. That's southwest of Fort Worth. Look at the waves it's making in that pool. At one point, there's actually a bull in the background here. I don't think it's in this shot right here. We'll try to get that video here in just a moment. We are hearing, meantime, of other issues from the National Weather Service. 67 reports of hail with yesterday's line of storms, including more than a dozen reports of large, damaging hail, mostly in Texas. Another 22 reports of high winds. No tornado reports, but there was an 85-mile-an-hour gust right near Seawalls Point, Florida. That's the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane. The National Weather Service predicting another slight risk of severe storms today. You can see that on the radar here, primarily across the southern tip of Texas, the northern Gulf of Mexico, the east side of Florida. Forecasters say hail and high wind, that's going to be the main threats yet again today. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you, Patrice.
All right, Megan, thank you. The countdown to the NFL draft is on. Just ahead this morning, the wish list for the Ravens this season.
New efforts to revitalize Baltimore, why one group wants to bring new meaning to the term affordable housing.
40s and 50s to kick off your Thursday morning. We're tracking more rain that's headed in for our weekend. We'll talk about it coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Stay with us. 5:11 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Saw some showers earlier this morning, but we are drying out now and going to continue that drying trend. Our temperatures statewide, not too bad. 30s and 40s in western Maryland. Most of us in the upper 40s and even lower 50s. So kind of cool, mild, however you want to play it here in terms of your definition. And you're out the door, Cass. Grab a jacket here, just a light jacket and sunglasses for today. No umbrella needed today, but rain gear will definitely be in effect for tomorrow. Out for your run or your jog in the next few hours. Temperatures staying into the lower 50s. We'll track that next weather maker and how it's going to impact your weekend plans coming up.
The school system was better 55 years ago than it is today.
A big day ahead as city school administrators will answer directly to city leaders on the state of city schools. Why some critics argue nothing is really going to come from the hearing.
Plus, the House of Representatives passes a debt ceiling bill, but it may fall flat. What Republicans hope will happen now that it's passed. 5:12, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local all morning. .15 in your Thursday morning consumer news. House Republicans passed legislation to raise the government's debt ceiling. Now, the bill passed by a razor-thin margin, with 4 Republicans voting against the measure. It has almost no chance of passing through the Democratic-controlled Senate, but is designed to be the starting point for negotiations between House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and President Joe Biden. Now, the White House has repeatedly called for the debt limit to be raised without any conditions. Republicans say refusing to negotiate is irresponsible.
The president said, well, I'm not going to talk to him until he offers a plan. Not only did we offer a plan, we passed it. So for more than 80 days, he has ignored the problem. Before more than 80 days, he's ignored the American public. He either has to negotiate now, or we're the only ones that have raised the debt limit and take our bill.
Happy to meet with McCarthy, but not on whether or not the debt limit gets extended. That's not negotiable.
McCarthy's plan would raise the national debt limit by $1.5 trillion in exchange for cuts across some domestic programs. Republican leaders claim the package would save money, but the White House argues the cuts could hurt American families. Cryptocurrencies and related stocks soar this week as investors look for alternatives to traditional banking. Bitcoin, in particular, jumping 8%, nearing the key price level of $30,000. Now, it comes as shares for First Republic Bank continue to plummet. California lender hit an all-time low after reporting a massive drop in deposits. Traders say that cryptocurrency will serve as a safe haven against uncertain bank deposits. Last time Bitcoin rallied was after Silicon Valley Bank collapsed in March. United Kingdom's antitrust regulator blocks Microsoft's $69 billion purchase of a video game company, Activision Blizzard. Now, in a statement Wednesday, the regulator argued that the deal would lead to reduced innovation and less competition for UK gamers. Microsoft already holds a 60 to 70% share of the gaming industry, the regulator added, now adding control over the Call of Duty and World of Warcraft would give Microsoft a giant advantage in the market. Both companies plan to appeal this decision.
The personal possessions of Freddie Mercury are going up for auction in September. That collection includes about 1,500 items like costumes and fine art. Handwritten draft lyrics to Queen's We Are the Champions are estimated to bring in up to $375,000. Also for sale, the rhinestone-studded crown and fake fur cloak that Mercury wore during his last tour with Queen in 1986. Some of the items will be exhibited in New York, Los Angeles, and Hong Kong during a tour this June. All right, it's 5:18. We need to get a check of our forecast for the day.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the MoCast that you launched that yesterday, right?
That's right. Yeah, we're going to be doing the MoCast here in just a little bit.
Sore from all that
the sound effect. Have
What?
you been working on it? The
Yeah,
sound effect?
you have to wait for it.
All right.
It's coming up in this weathercast. Yeah, you'll see. Yeah.
Excitement.
All right. Glad you're excited this morning. It's good.
Doesn't take much.
We had some rain that rolled through overnight, some good spring rain. We need the rain. We've been so dry, and it was nice to see a few of those showers that rolled through, but we definitely have some wet roads left behind. But the rain not here right now. It's coming tomorrow. So lower 50s in Towson at this moment, 52 officially the number there. Here's our HD radar. Again, very dry. You can see those showers that rolled through just a little while ago. Got to back it up about 2 or 3 hours. But on our HD radar, a few of those showers are heading up to the north and to the east and down toward Virginia Beach as well. Part of this larger system, this trough of low pressure that is kind of moving through, ridge of high pressure will build back in behind that today. And then we're going to tap into more of this moisture and some of those showers in the southeast that are going to be tracking in our direction for tomorrow. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, no need for the umbrella today as our temperatures are in the 50s this morning, mid 60s through noontime, and we'll be in the upper 60s for this afternoon. So overall, kind of mild and a dry day ahead for all of your friends and family, whatever you might be doing outside. Mid to upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. The average is 70, so we're still below average, but a little bit warmer than where we ended up yesterday. Howard and Anne Arundel County also in those mid to upper 60s for you later this afternoon. So here's a look at your MoCast. There it is. Yeah. All right. Thursday is a green light on your MoCast. Friday and Saturday, it's not happening. So, yeah, get the grass cut today before Mother Nature does all the watering for you on Friday and a little bit into Saturday, too. Now, the good news is our pollen numbers, trees are still in that high category, grass sneaking up to moderate. But with the rain tomorrow and into the weekend, those numbers are going to come down, helping to clean the air and help all the allergy sufferers out there. Temperature tracker, well, numbers are also going down. After today's upper 60s, we'll be in the lower 60s tomorrow. We do slide back closer to average into Saturday and Sunday, but we kind of hover right below average as we kick off the month of May, which is next week. So here's your 7-day forecast. Again, rain showers start tomorrow morning, off and on rain throughout most of the day on Friday. Some leftover showers early Saturday, a bit of a dry spell in the middle of Saturday afternoon, and then Sunday, another round of rain and even some thunderstorms possible by Sunday afternoon into Sunday night. As I mentioned, we are drier early next week. Patrice?
All right, let's take a look at what's happening with the Lynn Solar Traffic Network as we look out over the highway near Towson. Everybody up and out that's on the roads right now, they're moving along up to speed. Let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got Penn Train 505 operating with a 20-minute delay, and Train 841 on the Camden line running 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel in those instances. Light rail link right on time from end to end. No delays or issues. And Metro Subway link on schedule in both directions of that service this morning. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. All right, let's take a look at this. A family of ducks making their way through the hallways of an elementary school right outside of Washington, D.C. How cute is this? Ashburn Elementary School staff members sharing this adorable moment on their Twitter page. The mother hatched several ducklings in the courtyard of the school. Look at them. And there will be even more babies in the next few weeks. There is another nest in a different courtyard. Oh, the kids had to have loved that. All right, well, airport frustrations may become a thing of the past. The adults will love this. The new tech coming to BWI that could make air travel a breeze.
During a hearing today, school administrators will answer directly to city leaders. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why critics think nothing will change after the hearing. You're watching Fox 45, Early Edition.
.524 and trending this Thursday morning, BWI is unveiling some new technology to help streamline the airport experience. In fact, check this out. These scanners verify travelers' photo ID and boarding passes in real time, cutting out the need to hand anything over to an agent when you pass through security. New devices will also cut back on wait times, making sure you get to your gate faster.
I like it. Phase 2 of redevelopment is underway as Baltimore City continues to tear down the Perkins Homes neighborhood. The mayor participated in that demolition. The city is building about 2,000 new affordable apartments across several sites. Perkins Homes was previously a housing project built in the 1940s. The $30 million redevelopment is part of a state effort to bring new meaning to the term affordable housing.
You know, we have not always taken into consideration the dignity of the residents that we put into affordable housing throughout our communities. And that's of course true on the ground that we stand, but today we are looking to renew our commitment to unwinding fundamentally racist policies of the past and to deliberately counteracting those decisions.
Those in attendance at the ceremony also saw a demolition kicking off the next step of development.
Well, a special gift for some Baltimore County students.
On behalf of the residents of Baltimore County, I thank you for your efforts, and I wish you much success with this new bike ride. Congratulations!
Cake Elementary gets a new bike rack. You see the county executive right there. That's Johnny Olszewski paying a visit to school a couple of weeks ago. At the time, students told him about how they would like to ride their bikes to school, but they had no place to secure them when they got there. Turns out their plea did not fall on deaf ears.
We need to listen to our children, and we need to tell them that their voices have power and that their voices can change not just their school community, but Cambrians and everyone else in Miss Cutter's classes. They can change their community, they can change the world.
Of course, the timing is very important because next week is Bike to School Week.
I love that story. All right, still ahead on the early edition. We are dry today, but our Weather Authority team is tracking the next weather maker, which means our weekend could be wet.
Plus, a big day ahead as the Air National Guardsman accused of leaking classified documents is set to appear in court. The brand new details we are just learning straight ahead from our live center. Time now 5:27 on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's a good question, though. We were just talking about, do you return produce? And is it worth it if you get it home and you're like, wait a minute, this is not right?
I kept it on the counter for a minute because I got some broccoli and it wasn't good.
We do that with fruit? Like, do you return it or not? You know?
Yeah, you suck it up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, it's here. Especially you're not going to want to go out and return things tomorrow. You're going to want to stay in.
Yeah, definitely a good
thing. Are you a
do.
produce returner?
I've never returned produce in my life. I've never, I just throw it away, I guess.
Risk, yeah, it's kind of one of those risks that
because it's like, you know, take a, yeah. So, no.
Deep thoughts today at 5:30.
It is. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, my God, I haven't even had a coffee yet, and I got to think about produce. Taking a look outside right now. Good morning to you. This is what it looks like. We had some showers that rolled through a few hours ago. Right now, some leftover cloud cover as we look out over the inner harbor. Our temps aren't bad. We're in the 50s right now, and we're going to keep the 50s going through the morning time. Warmer today, mid to upper 60s as we head toward the afternoon. So temperatures a lot closer to our average for this time of year, and we're dry. That's the big thing. So 69 for our high today. Cooler with rain pretty much all day tomorrow, and even some of that rain left over into Saturday, even though our numbers are going to come back up temperature-wise. So we've got some unsettled weather as we head into the weekend. We'll track that next weather maker for you coming up in a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, an investigation that you saw right here on Fox 45 News will now be front and center during a hearing today.
Baltimore City Public School administrators are being summoned to City Hall after a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students among those tested proficient in math.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with why some are skeptical about this hearing. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the hearing is happening at 5 this evening right here at City Hall, and school leaders will attempt to explain students concerning test scores, but Michael Johnson, a retired city school teacher, thinks the hearing will lead to little action. Take a listen.
For me, this is just a dog and pony show. I think the city council could stand up and say, we have a problem, and that we need to have it fixed. But in the end of the game, they're not going to do jack.
Johnson is concerned not much will come from the hearing and that students will unfortunately continue to suffer. You remember just 2 months ago, a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students among those who tested who scored proficient in math. Of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring the hearing to see how school leaders handle the pressure from City Hall. Back to you.
Those city council members, though, called school administrators to this hearing to explain the test scores. But has the council given any further details about their intentions with this hearing?
No, Tom, not really. So we actually emailed council members asking, who do you hold accountable? How long do you anticipate it will take for student math scores to improve? And then finally, what is your message to parents who have children attending these 23 schools? As of now, though, no one has responded. But, of course, we'll just have to wait and see what comes out of tonight's hearing. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Well, we want to hear from you. Do you trust city council members to ask tough questions of school leaders? So far, 97% of voters say no. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Turning now to a city in crisis, a woman who fears for her safety spoke exclusively with Fox 45 News, saying that her neighborhood has been overtaken by drug dealers.
She says she doesn't want to leave her home along Chelsea Terrace in Forest Park. She adds that men are often preying on young children to help them move drugs.
I feel like a prisoner. I feel that I can't enjoy my home, the place I pay taxes for, where I live, where my family lives, and I feel trapped. Once I saw a child who looked to be about 8 years old. I've seen adults pull up in cars and then hand backpacks to these kids. You know, they're using them.
Well, open-air drug markets have been a problem in Baltimore for years. Our cameras have caught what appears to be open-air drug dealing, like in West Baltimore more than a year ago. Fox 45 News has heard from frustrated city council members as well.
You need to prosecute these lower-level crimes because it always escalates. You know, you go from minor possession, selling, distribution, leads to shootings, leads to homicide.
Myself and other elected leaders have raised the alarm about that, and we will continue to ask BPD to put the necessary resources in place.
45 News asked police what they are doing to crack down on open-air drug markets. A spokesperson responded in a statement, writing the city works with several partners to provide addiction treatment and hold drug trafficking organizations accountable. The statement goes on to read that police are making arrests. They point to recent takedowns of drug trafficking groups. You can find that full statement in this story right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The U.S. Attorney for Maryland, Eric Barron, says that he and other partners will soon announce new initiatives that will add to his three-pronged approach to combating violence in Baltimore. Those three initiatives include a new violent and organized crime section of the U.S. Attorney's Office, a focus on gun cases that violate the federal school zone statute, and an Al Capone method of prosecution, which targets repeat offenders by taking them off the street for any and all wrongdoing. And now Barron says this model is growing.
Be surrounding mostly enforcement and accountability, gun offenses and prevention, and how we can work in tandem together to better hold individuals accountable, not just on the federal side, but on the state and local side as well.
Fox 45 News spoke with Barron about the expanding plan during a job reentry fair that he held with the city state's attorney to help those who have been in the system. Barron says the fair is part of the comprehensive approach to reducing crime. It is not clear when he will officially announce the new parts of his crime-fighting plan.
The Air National Guardsman charged with violating the Espionage Act for leaking military documents from the Pentagon, scheduled to appear in court this afternoon for a detention hearing.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the information just uncovered. Megan?
Yeah, we're learning brand new details, guys, about the scope of information that 21-year-old Jack Teixeira is accused of sharing. In a court filing released just late last night, Justice Department prosecutors say the amount of classified materials leaked far exceeds what's been reported so far. They're also trying to determine if Teixeira still has access to any more physical or digital copies of secret documents. Just hours ago, prosecutors also sharing these pictures from Teixeira's room. After investigators searched his home, you can see the various electronics that they found smashed. We are also learning the squadron's commander and the detachment commander overseeing administrative support on Teixeira's Air National Guard unit. They were suspended late last night. They have been denied access to classified systems and information. We're going to keep you posted from our live center here as today's detention hearing gets underway in Massachusetts. Back to you.
It is a crisis at this point, but it's been a long time coming.
A violent 12 hours in Baltimore, leaving 12 people shot. Why some are pointing to shortages within the Baltimore Police Department.
Plus, new developments in the case of Adnan Syed, why he's asking the court to reconsider the decision around his conviction.
Plus, we are drying out today, but that will change. Our Weather Authority team is tracking our next weather maker and how it will impact your weekend. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Developing this morning, Adnan Syed is asking the Appellate Court of Maryland to reconsider its decision to reinstate his conviction.
Now, Syed's conviction was overturned last September after he spent more than 2 decades in prison. The appeals court reinstated it last month after Heyman Lee's brother petitioned the court about the way the conviction was vacated. Now, in the filing, Syed's attorneys argue that Lee's brother failed to show how the outcome of September's hearing would have been different had he been present in court. Fox 45 News has been following the Syed case closely for months. You can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Severe weather moves through the south. Still ahead this morning, the massive size of the hail that fell in some parts of Texas.
And it's draft day, and the Ravens have some key spots they need to fill. Still ahead, the positions they're looking to grab. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.544, here's a look at events happening today across Maryland. M&T Bank will be hosting Operation Hope and Big Brothers Big Sisters for a Teach Children to Save Day event. Volunteers will teach age-appropriate lessons on money management to 3rd and 4th graders.
Howard County Executive Calvin Ball will announce the first round of recipients for the Youth Engagement Programming grants.
And Ballet After Dark will host the Take Back the Night fundraiser. The event is in honor of Sexual Assault Awareness Month and supports the programming and resources available for survivors of sexual trauma. We're taking a live look at M&T Bank Stadium this morning. The NFL Draft starts tonight, and the Ravens will be hosting a draft party at the stadium. All of Ravens Nation is anxiously waiting to see who will be heading to Baltimore this season. On the first day of the draft last year, Kyle Hamilton and Tyler Linderbaum became Ravens. Looking at the roster this year, the biggest necessities are a cornerback and a wide receiver.
Staying with football, NFL star quarterback Aaron Rodgers says he is excited about this new adventure with the New York Jets. Four-time MVP was introduced to the team yesterday after the official trade announcement. Rodgers has spent 18 seasons with the Green Bay Packers, helping them win 1 Super Bowl. 39-year-old wouldn't speculate about playing beyond the upcoming season. He says he chose the Jets because he believes in the direction the coaches are taking the team, and they can go all the way.
I think I can just fit in perfectly. I'm not here to be a savior of any kind. I'm just here to be the best quarterback I can be, to lead authentically, and to inspire the guys around me to raise their level of play to an even greater spot.
Most people are just happy he cut his hair. The Jets have not been to the playoffs in 12 years and have not won a Super Bowl since 1969. In fact, Rodgers was joking that the Super Bowl III trophy is looking a little lonely. He'll be going back to his college jersey number 8 since the Jets retired number 12 for Joe Namath. Even though Namath gave Rodgers permission to unretire the number, Rodgers says it will always belong to Broadway Joe.
All right, switching gears and taking you to San Antonio, Texas this morning. A live shot there as parts of Texas recovers from extreme hailstorms and strong winds that battered the area. Now, it was especially bad in the central part of the state where, look at that, residents were reporting hailstones ranging between the size of a quarter and a softball. This is hail falling in that pool. And look at that, a bull in the background. The hail is part of several supercells moving throughout that region. Now, they recommend residents living in the affected areas to develop a safety plan and to locate possible shelters in case the weather worsens. Wow.
Well, it's a little bit different here at home this morning. We did see some actual showers move through the area overnight, but we should be dry today.
That's a pretty blue sky right there. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, in fact, Justin, earlier you were talking about the showers that kind of move through the area, and that's it for the day, right? We're not getting any more?
Yeah, that is correct, guys. We're not talking about rain. Later tonight, you could see some showers roll in with our next weather maker, and we're going to have a rainy day all day Friday. So get your outdoor things done today because tomorrow will be an inside day. A pretty decent amount of rain is on the way. With as dry as we've been, we will definitely take it. Our Towson cam right now, yeah, seeing some of that cloud cover with the sun coming up in just a little bit from right now, but our HD radar is dry. Those showers moved through about 2-3 o'clock this morning. Now they're moving off toward the north and to the east of us. Part of that larger weather maker is going to be rolling in from the southeast, and this is what we're going to see. Those showers right now in parts of Birmingham, north of Atlanta, they could see some severe weather there today. We're not tracking severe weather here, but we could still see some thunderstorms by the time we get through the weekend. So we'll be talking about that here in just a second. Our Rise and Shine cast with you this morning as you get that cup of coffee and enjoy breakfast with us. Numbers into the lower 50s for the next couple of hours. Sun comes up at 6:14. Golfers today, some of the courses may be a little bit wet from the rain, but overall 50s through 9 a.m. and mid 60s into that noon hour, upper 60s for this afternoon. These highs will be closer to average than we've been. So typically 70 degrees is where we are this time of year, mid to upper 60s for most of us, and up and down the 95 corridor, staying in the 60s, even some lower 70s down to the south toward D.C. So if you want to get the car cleaned up today, you're good to go. But notice on Friday and Saturday, 2 red lights as that rain rolls in. Let me show you the future scan. Here's Thursday afternoon, a mix of clouds and sun, but drier today. Early tomorrow morning, we're going to see those rain showers roll in, and the rain is going to stay with us for most of Friday, even some moderate to heavy rain at times. An easterly wind is going to be picking up as well as that onshore flow continues. Now on Saturday, some leftover showers for the morning time, but we do get a dry period by Saturday afternoon. Just going to stay overcast, and again, a couple of spotty showers here and there. Sunday morning will begin dry, but Sunday afternoon, another round of showers and the potential for some thunderstorms by Sunday night. 7-day forecast, upper 60s today, lower 60s tomorrow. We'll be back to the 70s into Saturday and Sunday, and then mid-60s into early next week, so it will be cooler.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network and some of the cameras around the region. Moving along just fine. There's one incident that we need to report. 695's inner loop south of the city, right at Route 1, Washington Boulevard. One vehicle involved in that collision. It's marked there, but no delays, no cameras in the area either. I'm going live to our photojournalist Graham this morning. He's getting onto 95 northbound here and looking great. Maybe we could switch that camera over and get some color involved here, but we're going back to the 50s in black and white. Here's now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, you'll find 10 train 505 operating with a 35 to 40-minute delay. A lot of time for travel there. 511 train with a 5-minute delay. And 10 train 613 running about 10 to 15 minutes late. If your ride is on light rail link, good to go for the commute there. No delays or problems. And you'll find Metro Subway link adhering to schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. School leaders will be in the hot seat tonight after Project Baltimore makes an alarming discovery. Why some are arguing more needs to be done in the public school system to make real change.
Plus, all eyes are on the White House as we look ahead to the 2024 presidential race. The new candidates throwing their hat into the ring. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.54 on this Thursday morning, making your headlines. Police in Mississippi say an escaped convict is dead after he and 3 other inmates slipped past security this weekend. This was the scene right outside of a house yesterday morning. Police say one of the convicts barricaded himself inside when he caught fire. Officers claim the 22-year-old Dylan Arrington shot at them, injuring one before police say he burned to death inside.
Shortly after I got here, gunfire was already being exchanged, even before the SWAT teams arrived and other law enforcement agencies arrived. It was clear that someone inside of the house was actively shooting at law enforcement.
4 inmates reportedly escaped through the prison roof. Police say Arrington shot and killed a person shortly after getting loose. The search is still on for the other 3 suspects.
Developing this morning, the rape trial against former President Donald Trump is set to resume this morning. Writer E. Jean Carroll took the stand in the second day of her civil battery and defamation case. She recounted a time when Trump allegedly raped her in a department store dressing room 3 decades ago. She claims that he then ruined her reputation when he denied the accusation. Trump maintains the allegations are false on his social media site. He calls the case a made-up scam and accuses Carroll's lawyers of being political operatives. Trump is not required to be in court, but his lawyers say he may still decide to testify.
When it comes to the January 6th attacks, a 3-judge panel of the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals rejected a bid to block a subpoena calling on former Vice President Pence to testify in the special counsel's probe. Former President Trump's lawyers brought on the bid. Mike Pence previously said that he would not fight a prior ruling that he would have to testify. The order is under seal. The next stop could be the Supreme Court.
Taking you live now to Capitol Hill, where the Republican-led House votes in favor of a debt bill pushed by House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. He worked out differences with members of his own party, picking up a key 4 votes necessary to pass the plan. Republicans are hoping to cap spending increases at 1% over each of the next 10 years and revert back to last year's spending levels. That bill has passed, but it is all but certain to face defeat in the Senate and a veto by President Biden.
Every minute wasted on Speaker McCarthy's empty gesture is a minute we get closer to default and Republican-manufactured recession.
If Joe Biden won't lead, House Republicans will. And that's why you will see us pass a bill this week to address the debt ceiling, but also at the same time to address the spending problem that brought us to this moment.
Maryland Democratic Congressman Kwesi Mfume is critiquing McCarthy's bill on Twitter. He says it's a blueprint for steering America into chaos. Representative Andy Harris, Maryland's lone Republican in Congress, calls President Biden's approach a fairy tale, saying fiscal sanity has returned to Washington with McCarthy's bill.
5:57, and now in your election 2024 coverage, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson is officially running for president.
The Republican candidate made the announcement yesterday from the same spot where he launched a run for U.S. Senate over 30 years ago. Hutchinson says his campaign is about courage in making tough decisions.
I am running for president of the United States because I know that the best of America is ahead of us. There is behind me on the courthouse wall a statement that is the foundation of our nation. Sovereignty rests with the people.
Hutchinson is the 4th Republican to announce a 2024 bid for president, joining former President Trump, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, and former biotech executive Vivek Ramaswamy.
Now, as for Democrats, President Joe Biden announced his re-election campaign yesterday. Author Marianne Williamson and environmental lawyer Robert F. Kennedy also running.
Although not formally announced yet, U.S. Senator Tim Scott says he is still considering a presidential run.
The South Carolina Republican told Fox News he hopes to decide before the end of May. Scott already announced an exploratory committee for president earlier this month, and he told Fox that he believes he could beat President Biden. But Scott has been reluctant to speak ill of the man who appears to be the front runner for the Republican presidential nomination, former President Trump. He would not say if he believes Trump could beat Biden in a rematch.
Baltimore City school administrators are being summoned by city leaders for questioning. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain why and what we can expect to come out of today's hearing.
I feel like a prisoner. I feel that I can't enjoy my home.
A story you're seeing first on Fox. A Baltimore woman tells Fox 45 News that she is scared to leave her home. In our next half hour, what has her feeling like a prisoner?
Still to come this morning, Project Baltimore investigating why detailed results of standardized tests have disappeared online, why the numbers are no longer available to parents or the public.
Our temperature is not too bad right now. We tracked some rain earlier this morning. A lot more rain is on the way as we head toward the weekend. We'll break it down for you right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, April 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Draft day, that's right, football. But does it feel like football weather? No.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what it does feel like today.
It did feel a couple mornings ago.
Yeah,
it was
it did.
definitely chilly, yeah, for sure. But we had some rain showers that moved through, a few showers yesterday, and even earlier this morning, some rain that rolled through the area. Good spring rain that is much needed with as dry as we've been. But look at that on our Towson camera right now. A lot of clouds are hanging around right before the sun comes up. So we'll probably obscure our sunrise at least a little bit here. As we take a look at your numbers, 47 in Cockeysville, 48 in Towson, right at 52 in Baltimore City, lower 50s for Glen Burnie and Pasadena out through Woodlawn as well. So a cloudy and kind of cool morning, warmer temperatures for the afternoon, and we stay dry today, but rain kicks off our weekend for tomorrow. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Roads may still be a little bit wet out there, but lower 50s for the next couple of hours. No rain to get in your way. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and around the area here throughout the Beltway. No issues to report except for that one vehicle right at the inner loop in Washington Boulevard. That's Route 1 south of the city. Just one car involved there, but it's not causing any delays.
6:01 now. We begin this morning with the crisis in the classroom. An investigation that you first saw on Fox 45 News will now be front and center during a hearing today.
And Baltimore City Public Schools administrators will attempt to explain concerning student test scores.
Olivia Dance joins us live with more details on what we can expect from this hearing. Olivia?
Yeah, that's right. City leaders are looking for answers from Baltimore City school administrators. The hearing is happening at 5 this evening right here at City Hall, where the council's Education, Workforce, and Youth Committee will convene. School administrators are being asked to explain why hundreds of city school students are not proficient in math. 2 months ago, a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students among those tested who scored proficient in math. These findings sparked protests outside of school headquarters from parents demanding an explanation.
The school system was better 55 years ago than it is today.
Uneducated person does uneducated things, and we got to educate.
Now, Fox 45 News emailed council members about their intentions, asking, quote, who do you hold accountable? How long do you anticipate it will take for students' math scores to improve? And finally, what is your message to parents who have children attending these 23 schools? So far, though, no one has responded. And coming up in about 30 minutes, find out why some critics think today's hearing will lead to little action. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
We want to hear from you. Do you trust city council members to ask tough questions of school leaders? So far, 97% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Turning now to a city in crisis and a violent week in Baltimore City.
Within 12 hours, 12 people were shot across the city, including a 14-year-old boy. The latest shooting happened in North Baltimore just before 2 yesterday afternoon. An 18-year-old was hurt.
Many are now looking to the police department and their struggles to keep up with an already short staff. As the violence was unfolding this week, dispatchers were heard over the scanners. Take a listen.
Wagon person isn't in yet. They're on overtime.
Adam shift units coming clear advised. Still holding 7 calls or 3 priority ones. They have no one available at this time.
The department is currently down nearly 500 officers. Former Baltimore Deputy Police Commissioner Jason Johnson says the shortage could be fueling the city's crime crisis.
It is a crisis at this point, but it's been a long time coming. Well, because the BPD does not have the ability to deliver the resources necessary to reduce crime and to, create a sense of safety, which is fundamentally what police departments do. They don't have adequate staffing to do that.
Well, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says the department is getting the job done, but with fewer officers. He says they are using overtime to, quote, flex the size of the department. Johnson calls the overtime critical but concerning.
It's mandatory. It's not optional. This is not an opportunity for officers to increase their income. In many cases, they would prefer to go home and spend time with their family, but they're kept in these long, day-long shifts, which can in itself be dangerous.
Now, according to the city's police union, there are currently about 600 officers assigned to the city's 9 patrol districts, with just 10 to 14 officers per district per shift. Fox 45 News will continue digging deeper into the officer shortage. A former Baltimore police officer who served for decades shares why he says the department is losing far more personnel than they can hire. We'll have that exclusive interview tonight, right here on Fox 45 News at 10.
6:05. Attorneys for Adnan Syed are filing a motion with the Maryland Court of Appeals to reconsider its decision to reinstate his murder conviction. Syed's conviction was vacated last September after spending more than 20 years behind bars. Former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby said that was because of new DNA evidence. The appeals court reinstated his conviction last month after the family of Hayman Lee petitioned the court, arguing that Hayman Lee's brother was not given proper notice to speak in person when Syed's sentence was first overturned.
Laurel Park confirms regular training will resume at that racetrack today. It comes exactly a week after a horse gets an injury while racing and then dies. Live racing is likely expected to return Saturday pending approval from the Maryland Racing Commission. The Maryland Jockey Club says that they've received part of a track safety report confirming Laurel's dirt track is safe for racing.
A gas station is left in pieces after 5 men tried to steal an ATM. Coming up, the search now for the people responsible.
Plus, check this out. You're going to see a bull running for cover here as tennis ball-sized hail falls over Texas. We are taking a closer look at the strong line of storms hitting the southern U.S. straight ahead from our live center.
Calm conditions here. Our temperatures statewide 40s and 50s, but we're tracking that next weather maker that's going to bring rain to start your weekend. We'll break it all down for you on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.09 right now. Communities across the southern U.S. are cleaning up after a flash of violent weather there.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with some of the images just coming into our newsroom. Megan.
Pretty crazy stuff, guys. Check this out here. This is from Melbourne, Florida, keyword Florida. And if we look closely, let me go ahead and zoom in on one of these. What you see right there appears to be snow on the ground. It's actually hail that fell so quickly it actually started piling up. You can see in the mulch area right there, you really see it looking like snow. We've got another shot as well. This is from firefighters in that same area. Look at that. It's what it looked like through their windshield. It's hard to tell where the road is from the hail that was falling out there. Texas always does things a little bigger, though, guys. Take a look at this. Multiple reports of baseball, softball, even grapefruit-sized hail in central and eastern Texas. Listen to the sound it makes in this video. Pretty incredible. At one point, there he is. You can see the bull. He's running for cover there. We're told it's okay. It was certainly trying to avoid that tennis ball-sized hail there, though, that was falling. This was near Dublin, Texas, southwest of Fort Worth. Look at that. The National Weather Service getting 67 reports of hail with yesterday's line of storms, including more than a dozen reports of large damaging hail, mostly in Texas. Another 22 reports of high winds. No tornado reports, but there was an 85-mile-an-hour gust that was near Seawalls Point, Florida. That's the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane that they were feeling. The National Weather Service predicting another slight risk of severe storms today. We're hearing it's primarily across the southern tip of Texas there. Northern Gulf of Mexico might see some, and then the east side of Florida. Forecasters saying hail, high winds. That's going to be the main threat yet again here today. Closer to our region, we're bracing for our next weather maker to hit tomorrow. You see the rain indicated right there. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's been tracking this one. Are we expecting anything like the giant hail that they saw in the south?
Not necessarily, Meg. Mainly going to be a lot of rain that we're going to deal with here, especially on Friday. The wind is going to be picking up as well. It's part of that same system. In fact, when you see on the national radar map, you can see all those storms on the left side of your screen. That's that system that has moved out and brought all of that hail to Texas, now affecting Houston, into parts of Louisiana, the Arklatex region, and that's going to move into that severe weather threat that Megan was talking about in the Gulf Coast today. But we're tracking more of those showers moving toward us. We will have the potential for some thunderstorms, especially as we head into Sunday afternoon. That's kind of the best chance for any kind of severe weather for us here at home. We'll break that down a bit further for you, take you hour by hour in our future scan, coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Well, still to come this morning, we continue coverage on the hearing set today, covering Baltimore City Schools, public schools tests grades, why some think no progress will be made.
A record number of Kia and Hyundai carjackings break out across the country. How those in Prince George's County could actually be related to a murder case. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:15 and taking a look at some of the headlines throughout the state. First, we start in Essex, where a gas station is still putting the pieces back together following an attempted ATM theft. We brought this to you as breaking news yesterday morning, and you could see a car had gone through the gas station, drove right into it on Back River Neck Road. Baltimore County Police say it happened just before 2. Gas station employees tell us that 5 people were inside that vehicle and they tried to take off with the ATM, but couldn't move it. So they ended up grabbing the cash register instead. No one was injured during this robbery.
In Howard County, police are investigating after they say 10 disability placards were stolen out of cars in just one night. One was stolen in Columbia. The other 9 were stolen from a few neighborhoods off of Route 1 in Elkridge. Police say it's likely one person or a small group of people are responsible. It's not clear why they were stolen, though. Howard County Police say it's not a trend because it all happened during just one overnight period.
Well, in Prince George's County, police say a murder may be connected to the trend of Kia and Hyundai carjackings.
Brad Bell with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. has that story.
His father says he's not a violent person. He doesn't believe his son could commit a murder.
He's been working the past 7 or 8 years, just trying to keep his head above water.
But yesterday, police charged 27-year-old Charles Edwards with the murder of 17-year-old Daewoo Flomo. It's alleged that back on February 11th, just after midnight, as Edwards sat in his Hyundai next to his house here in Landover Hills, Flomo pulled up in what sources say was a stolen Kia. Court documents allege Flomo approached Edwards' car, then ran to the Kia when he saw Edwards. Sources say police believe Flomo intended to steal the Hyundai. Edwards' dad says,
"We don't know what they were doing. They had on masks. That's evil intention right there. You don't come with masks on."
According to those court documents, Edwards says he took off after the Kia and here along Parkwood fired one shot at the car before circling back home. Police allege that shot fatally wounded the 17-year-old, shown here in a fundraising appeal posted by his father. The stolen Kia with Flomo driving, crashing, a law enforcement source telling us the whole incident likely a result of that fad of stealing Kias and Hyundais colliding with the anger of being victimized, as well as the prevalence of guns on the streets.
They've been terrorizing the neighborhood, period, stealing cars. This isn't the first incident. It's gotten very bad around here.
According to the PGPD, so far this year, 799 Hyundais and 474 Kias have been stolen for a total of 1,273 cars. That works out to 11 cars taken per day, every day, just in Prince George's.
People sitting in their cars and they still come and trying to steal your cars. You're just not safe out there.
Well, it's 6:18, and we need to get another check of our forecast for this day.
Yeah, joining us right now, meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about rain coming, then going, then back again.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly right. Unsettled for the weekend, and it's happening on the weekend. I know a lot of folks want to be able to do stuff outside. You won't have a complete washout. Saturday gets a little bit drier, but Friday and Sunday are going to be definitely rainy days. And today actually is not going to be too bad. We had some rain showers that rolled through earlier this morning, mainly looking at cloudy skies here from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam in Towson as the sun is coming up. Won't be able to show you that sunrise like I always love doing, but our HD radar here showing us that those showers have moved on. We had some rain earlier this morning, about 2-3 o'clock this morning. A couple of heavier showers that rolled right through, giving us a nice spring feel as you wake up, but most of that shower activity is well to the north and to the east of us. Still tracking our next weather maker, which is bringing some showers right now in the southeast portion of the U.S. where they could see severe weather later today. But all of that is going to be tracking toward us. Could see some storms by Sunday afternoon. We'll talk about that in our future scan in a second. Our bus stop forecast, beep, beep, as those kids get out to the bus stop. No need for the umbrella today. We're looking at 51 next hour, mid-60s through noon, and we'll be in those mid to upper 60s. So overall, mild conditions as you pick the kiddos up from the bus stop later today. And temperatures a little bit closer to average, mid to upper 60s across central Maryland, especially for Carroll and Baltimore counties. 68 in Towson, Lutherville, Timonium. Mid-60s for Perry Hall and White Marsh for your highs today. Hartford and Cecil counties also in those mid to upper 60s, up into Elkton and Northeast, all the way down through Perryman, even Bel Air at 60. Now notice our pollen numbers, the trees and the grass still in the high or very high category. That is going to be better starting tomorrow because the rain is going to help to kind of clean out the air. That always is what we need, a good soaking rain. And we're going to get our fair share of rain here coming on Friday. So this is Thursday afternoon on your future scan. A few clouds hanging around, but that's about it. Some showers are going to try to work in late tonight, but really early tomorrow morning. About this time tomorrow is when we're going to start to see those rain showers. So it'll be a wet commute for the morning time, midday, and into the afternoon as those steady showers could be getting a good inch to possibly even 2 inches of rain. And some of that rain will be left over early Saturday morning. That's going to move out of here Saturday afternoon. That's that dry period I was talking about. But then another weather maker rolls in on Sunday. We're going to be warmer for the weekend. So Sundays could bring some showers and even some thunderstorms as well that we'll have to be tracking. Lori Price sent us this picture of Remington the dog. Love those pet pics. Thank you so much, Lori, for sending that picture in. Good looking pup right there. And we always love your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com or chime in. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Love to get those pics and we'll put them on TV. All right, so here's that 7-day forecast. We're going to be cooler tomorrow with the rain. We're only going to get to the lower 60s under the rainy conditions. Back to the lower 70s. Saturday and Sunday, we'll take a look at those numbers that are a little bit warmer and then cooler next week, but we will be dry to kick off the month of May. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And this is the issue that we are dealing with right now. This is right at the Harbor Tunnel, northbound on 895. So if you're traveling there, you have one vehicle that is disabled there. This traffic was at a standstill, so maybe the tow truck just started pulling that out because it's starting to move right now just a second ago. Everybody else, you're moving along just fine. Here's a look now out on the roads with our photographer, Graham. He's driving southbound on 95 right in the Rosedale area where there's very little volume, which is great for 621 as the sun begins to try to make its way through the clouds for your morning commute. Now we want to get a check with your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good Thursday morning, Mark.
Well, good Thursday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 with a substantial delay. It's running more than 45 minutes late. Be aware of that in your travels on the MARC train system. We've got Train 511, 5 to 10 minutes late, and 845 train on the Camden line with a 5-minute delay. Out there on Light Rail Link, looking good for travel. No delays in either direction of that service, and Metro Subway Link pretty close to the schedule out there in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Art Johns.
Thank you, Mark.
A Baltimore resident fears her safety is in jeopardy. What she is saying is to blame.
Airline passenger complaints skyrocketing. After the break, how to avoid some of the common issues causing those complaints. 622, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:25 this Thursday morning, topping your consumer news. Airline passenger complaints have spiked, according to new data from the Department of Transportation.
Complaints about cancellations and delays were the most common. Congress echoed those complaints during a budget hearing for the FAA yesterday.
It's been tough this year listening to constituents during some of the more frustrating times. I had someone say, I don't feel like I'm buying a ticket, I feel like I'm buying a chance.
To protect yourself against cancellations and delays, experts recommend booking a morning flight. They tend to get canceled less frequently.
Well, now to a bright spot for you this morning. Some Baltimore County students receive a very special gift.
On behalf of the residents of Baltimore County, I thank you for your efforts and I wish you much success with this new bike ride. Congratulations!
Cake Elementary received a brand new bike rack yesterday, and we understand that this came about because County Executive Johnny Olszewski paid a visit to the school a couple of weeks ago. And at that time, students told him about how they wanted to ride their bikes to school, but they just didn't have a place to keep them. Now they do.
Now they do. Yeah, and just in time for Bike Week next week. This morning, we are starting off with temperatures in the 40s and 50s.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at just how warm we're going to get today and then when the next weather maker moves in.
During a hearing today, school administrators will answer directly to city leaders. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why some are concerned that nothing will change after the hearing. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 6:30 and topping your Fox 45 morning newscast, an investigation you saw first right here will now be front and center during a hearing today, and we have a look at what's in store for Baltimore City Public Schools. Residents in Northwest Baltimore neighborhood on edge as they fear they are surrounded by a drug market, while one woman says she doesn't want to leave her home.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is another one of those mornings where you're going, do we need to grab the umbrella or not?
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has that answer for you.
Well, good morning. We are looking at not a bad start to your morning. And yeah, we had the rain that rolled through overnight. The cloud cover is out there right now. We're not tracking any rain necessarily for today. You're looking out at Fed Hill right there with the flag flapping around in the breeze just a bit. As you head out, yeah, grab a jacket, have the sunglasses because we will see a little bit more sunshine later today, but no need for the umbrella on your out the door cast. Your jogging cast looks like this, lower 50s over the next couple of hours, so a bit on the cool side. We're going to top out a little bit closer to average today, highs in the upper 60s, a mild afternoon with that sun that'll be up until 7:56 tonight. But our next weather maker bringing a pretty decent amount of rain to us here as we head into your Friday, kicking off the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up.
Well, looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and the traffic map at this hour, we are looking good. All the green out there means that this is a good time for you to get up and out.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, an investigation you saw first right here on Fox 45 News will now be front and center during a hearing today.
Baltimore City Public Schools administrators are being summoned to City Hall after a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students among those tested proficient in math.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live right now with why some are skeptical of this hearing. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the hearing is happening at 5 this evening right here at City Hall, and school leaders will attempt to explain students concerning test scores. But Michael Johnson, a retired city school teacher, thinks that the hearing will lead to little action. Take a listen to his concerns.
For me, this is just a dog and pony show. I think the city council could stand up and say, we have a problem and that we need to have it fixed. But in the end of the game, they're not going to do jack.
Johnson is concerned not much will come from the hearing and that students, unfortunately, will continue to suffer. You remember just 2 months ago, a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students among those tested who scored proficient in math. And of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring the hearing to see how school leaders handle the pressure from City Hall. Tom and Patrice, back to you.
Olivia, we know city council members called school administrators to this hearing to explain those test scores, but has the council given any further details about their intentions with this hearing?
No, Tom, not really. So we emailed the council asking these questions right there on your screen, saying who do you hold accountable? How long do you anticipate it will take for student math scores to improve? And finally, what is your message to parents who have children attending these 23 schools? As of now, no one has responded, so we're just going to have to wait and see what comes out of tonight's hearing. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
We want to hear from you. Do you trust city council members to ask tough questions of school leaders? So far, of those who have voted, 97% say no. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Turning now to a city in crisis, and a woman who fears for her safety spoke exclusively with Fox 45 News, saying that her neighborhood has been overtaken by drug dealers.
She says she doesn't want to leave her home along Chelsea Terrace in Forest Park. And she also adds that men are often seen preying on young children to help them move drugs.
I feel like a prisoner. I feel that I can't enjoy my home, the place I pay taxes for, where I live, where my family lives, and I feel trapped.
Open-air drug markets have been a problem in Baltimore for years. Our cameras have caught what appears to be open-air drug dealing before, like in West Baltimore more than a year ago. Fox 45 News has heard from frustrated city council members as well.
You need to prosecute these lower-level crimes because it always escalates. You know, you go from minor possession, selling, distribution, leads to shootings, leads to homicide.
Myself and other elected leaders have raised the alarm about that. And we will continue to ask BPD to put the necessary resources in place.
Now, Fox 45 News asked police what they are doing to crack down on these open-air drug markets. A spokesperson responded in a statement, writing the city works with several partners to provide addiction treatment and hold drug trafficking organizations accountable. The statement goes on to read that police are making arrests. They point to recent takedowns of drug trafficking groups. You can find that full statement in this story right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Still to come this morning, we continue our coverage of the hearing happening today at City Hall about city schools. The topics we anticipate to be discussed. That's topping our next half hour.
Plus, a big day ahead as the Air National Guardsman accused of leaking classified documents will appear in court. The brand new details we are just learning straight ahead from our live center.
Today, we will have a day in the 60s with some clouds. Coming up in our Weather Authority team keeps you in the loop for when the next chance of rain will be falling over your neighborhood. 6:35, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
This hail was falling fast and strong over Dublin and central Texas Wednesday evening, enough to send this bull running. Here's what it looked like in Texas the day before, and roughly 300 miles away, a supercell storm that produced hail and winds gusting over 100 miles per hour in the storm's rear flank downdraft. Now to more peaceful sights and the buzz of springtime.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
.39 is your time right now on your Thursday morning. Happy Friday Eve, everybody. The final weekend of April almost here. And looking out over our Towson camera, yeah, some low clouds kind of hanging around. We had some showers earlier this morning. Not tracking rain for today, but the next 12 hours, our numbers will steadily rise. We'll be in the upper 50s through 10 a.m., mid to upper 60s for our highs this afternoon. So it will be warmer, and we do expect to see a little bit more sunshine as we get later into the day today. So overall, Carlos the Crab on the Crabcast, yeah, it's a good day, a 4 out of 5 on the Crabcast scale, just because we'll have some of those clouds hanging around. We'll track in the rain as we head into tomorrow. We'll talk about how much we're looking at and how it will impact your weekend plans, not only Friday, but also into Sunday as well.
The Air National Guardsman charged with violating the Espionage Act for leaking military documents from the Pentagon is scheduled to appear in court this afternoon for a detention hearing.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the information just uncovered. Megan.
Yeah, guys, we are learning brand new details about the scope of the information that 21-year-old Jack Teixeira is accused of sharing. Here's what we know. In a court filing released late last night, Justice Department prosecutors say the amount of classified materials leaked far exceeds what has been reported so far. They're also trying to determine if Teixeira still has access to any more physical or digital copies of secret documents. Just hours ago, prosecutors also sharing these pictures from Teixeira's room. Take a look. After investigators searched his home here, you can see the various electronics that they found smashed. They're also learning the squadron's commander and the detachment commander overseeing administrative support on Teixeira's Air National Guard unit. They were suspended. Late last night, they have been denied access to classified systems and information. We're, of course, going to keep you posted right here from our live center as today's detention hearing gets underway in Massachusetts. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
Project Baltimore is pressing leaders for answers after school test results were removed, then reposted with alterations. Still to come this morning, how the state superintendent is responding to our questions.
New mortgage rules from the Biden administration reward those with bad credit and punish those with good credit. I'm Keila Gaskins in Washington, and coming up, we take a look at how these changes will impact monthly mortgage rates.
6:41 as you're taking a live look over the Inner Harbor this morning, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Topping your morning rush, Governor Westmore announces an expansion to Maryland's reimbursement plan to residents who experienced EBT card fraud. The eligibility period is now expanded by 21 months, and all eligible transactions will be paid on or after July 1st. City residents call for more funds to help those facing eviction and for public libraries during Taxpayers' Night. That is where residents spoke on the city's proposed budget, reminding officials they are under an election year microscope.
An investigation you saw first on Fox 45 News will now be front and center during a hearing today. Baltimore City Public Schools administrators will attempt to explain students' concerning test scores. Olivia Dance joining us live now with more details and what we can expect from this hearing. Olivia?
Well, Tom, that's right. City leaders are looking for answers from Baltimore City school administrators. The hearing is happening at 5 this evening right here at City Hall, where the council's Education, Workforce, and Youth Committee will convene. School administrators are being asked to explain why hundreds of city school students are not proficient in math. But some critics are concerned and think that today's hearing will lead to little action. To give you some background, 2 months ago, a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students among those tested who scored proficient in math. Coming up in about 15 minutes, hear from parents who are outraged by those findings. Tom and Patrice, back to you.
It is 6:45, and we need to see what we're in store for today. We started with some rain and drizzle as we drove in this morning.
Yeah, and hopefully that's all out of here, but it still looks pretty dreary behind you. Any more rain?
Yeah, not any rain really today, guys. By the way, today is take your kids to work day, daughter or son to work day. Yeah, morning show, that doesn't happen, does it, a lot? No. Our kids are like, we're not getting up. We're not doing that.
They don't want that 1:30 a.m. wake-up call.
No, not so much. But good morning to all of you. Happy Thursday. It is Friday Eve, everybody. Yeah, draft day, and looking forward to that for tonight. Got the Ravens purple pride on for the Purple Thursday. Nobody else got the memo, but it's all good. Our Towson camera looking good. We've got some clouds, as Tom was mentioning, some of those low clouds as well. That's because we have our dew point at 49 degrees and the air temperature at 52. So when those numbers are close, that's called the dew point depression. And basically, when you see those numbers close, that typically means we've got a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, and that means that humidity is up, and that's when you see those low clouds. So that's from the rain that we had that rolled through earlier this morning. Rise and shine with us next couple of hours. Low to mid 50s here with those temperatures continuing to get a little bit warmer as we head toward the afternoon. In the 10 o'clock hour, Reisterstown, you're going to see those numbers in the upper 50s and numbers into the mid to upper 60s through the later part of the day today. We do keep clouds around. We will see some pockets of sunshine later today and drier as you head out for happy hour in that 5 o'clock hour, keeping those temps in the mid to upper 60s. So 70 is typically where we are this time of year. A lot of us will be in the mid to upper 60s for Cockeysville and Bel Air out toward the eastern shore, across the Bay Bridge to Annapolis, 69 in Baltimore City, 68 your temp in Columbia, even some lower 70s for D.C. and down through Richmond, and lower 60s if you're heading down the ocean there for Ocean City. So we are looking at below average temperatures the next 6 to 10 days as we kick off the month of May. You can see all of the areas here in blue. This is from the Climate Prediction Center that shows us that we're going to keep the below average trend going. Now, something that's not below average and that's well above average, or actually kind of right about what we see this time of year, is that tree pollen and the grass. Those are the allergy levels in the high or very high categories. The good news is we get the rain tomorrow. That's really going to help to kind of clean the air out just a little bit. Here's a look at your MoCast. Thursday is a green light, so get the grass cut today because Friday and Saturday we've got 2 reds there, and that's because that rain is rolling in. So cut the grass today before the rain rolls in and Mother Nature does all the watering for you for tomorrow. We're going to get a good 1 to possibly 2 inches of rain here once this thing is all said and done. So looking at our future scan today, we're dry. Here comes the rain early tomorrow morning. Going to stay with us through the middle part of the day tomorrow and into the afternoon, even through Friday evening. Leftover showers on Saturday morning as that system passes through. We actually get a dry period through Saturday during the day. It's going to be overcast, but not really much more in the way of rain. And then another system coming in on Sunday. That's going to be Sunday afternoon into the evening time. Could lead to some thunderstorms as well on the backside of that system. So here's your 7-day forecast. Temperatures cooler tomorrow too. So upper 60s today, only 61 tomorrow. We're back to the lower 70s into the weekend, but then we're drier and cooler into the early part of next week. Patrice?
Wasn't a fan of that one, Justin, that sound effect. I like the earlier one better. All right, now to our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. Looking at your drive times, you're pretty good except 795 to 95. You're a bit of a slowdown there. That's going to take you about 14 minutes. Let's get a look at the roads with our photographer, Graham. He is in the area. Where is Graham right now? Do we know? Wherever he is, he's in a slowdown. This is 695 right near Windsor. A little bit slower, but still moving.
Just about 6:50, and from the Orioles to the Ravens, we are feeling so Baltimore this morning. Mark
Clark joining us live in studio with a draft preview for the Ravens. But first, he's starting with what the O's are celebrating this morning. Mark.
That's right. Sports. The Orioles are starting on strong this season. Last night, they earned their 5th straight series win. The O's took on the Boston Red Sox, ending with a 6-2 win. Currently have the 4th best record in all of baseball. Today, they'll head to Michigan to play the Lions. The Tigers. I'm sorry, NFL on the brain. But that's going down. And probably because today's the day. We're going to get the draft popping, okay? NFL draft. Eric DeCosta's making a list of the calls. He says the best available will be up there. And he's got about 5 picks, so let's check them out, barring trades. First up, 22nd overall, only 1 selection in the top 85 because we have no second rounder, and 1 pick in rounds 3 through 6 with number 7th. So what do you guys think? Receiver, lineman, what are we going to pick?
I just want Lamar.
That's exactly it. That's what everyone's saying. Will they go with a quarterback with that first one? Will there be a quarterback sitting there and then they pick one?
I don't
That
think
may
so.
explain some.
I think it's wide receiver or cornerback.
I think cornerback.
And I'm pretty sure they're going to do some sort of thing to get more picks because 5 is not a lot.
No.
Oh, DaCosta will tell you that.
Yeah.
More.
Yeah.
Give me more.
Yeah,
more picks, though, for what would we get, Justin, though? For what? More linemen, more receiver? More picks for what?
I don't know.
I think we're trading away some players.
Yeah, that's very possible. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's the whole. You can never tell. You can do as much of the pre-planning and then you watch it and it's like, whoop, everything's out the window. So.
8 o'clock tonight, we'll know.
Yep,
that's right.
At least we'll start to know.
Baltimore's championship soccer team bringing their talents to the city's youth. Still to come this morning, the summer soccer camps that they're hosting all over our area and how you can sign up.
And try out some of the best Italian food and drink around, all in one spot. Ahead in our hometown hotspot, how your food journey could help the most vulnerable Marylanders.
I just heard try Italian roast coffee. That's what I heard. Is that what you just said?
That is not what I said, but it is a good time for a coffee break.
Well, now to your assignment, America. Stock futures show all 3 major indices are gaining points following a mixed bag of results Wednesday. The Dow dropping nearly 229 points. S&P is up 16.
But the tech-heavy NASDAQ ended the day up 55 points. This comes after Microsoft and Google's parent company Alphabet reported better than expected earnings.
Cryptocurrencies and related stocks soar this week as investors seek, well, try and find alternatives to your traditional banking.
Bitcoin in particular jumped 8%, nearing the key price level of $30,000.
It comes as shares for First Republic Bank continue to plummet, lender hitting an all-time low after reporting massive drop in deposits.
Traders believe crypto will serve as a safe haven against uncertain bank deposits. The last time Bitcoin rallied was after the Silicon Valley bank collapse in March.
Well, in today's Assignment America, Biden administration making changes to mortgage rules, punishing people who have good credit in an effort to increase access to home ownership.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has more from Washington.
Those in the market to buy a new home will soon find it pays off to have bad credit. A new rule raises rates for borrowers with good credit to subsidize lowering rates for high-risk borrowers. People with credit scores above 680 who put 20% down will pay the most.
This is a direct transfer of wealth and direct transfer of credit from those who have been responsible to those who have been less responsible.
Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Sandra Thompson says the changes, quote, advance their mission of facilitating equitable and sustainable access to home ownership. Former Obama housing chief David Stevens calling the move unprecedented.
We can do better programs to help more minorities get into home ownership. This is not the way to do it.
Stevens calculates that someone with a $400,000 loan at a 6% interest rate with a good credit score will end up paying $40 more per month. Now that adds up to $14,400 on a 30-year loan.
There really is some evidence that, at least at the margins, our attempts at the governmental level to get more people into homes as buyers really backfired on the way up to the global financial crisis. We have an interest in getting people into homes, sure, but we also have an interest in not having people take out mortgages or other loans they can't afford.
Mortgage broker Ali Jelensik says education for these high-risk borrowers is key.
We have people who are maybe first-time home buyers or haven't been able to buy in the past because of poor credit, and they're coming to me saying, hey, am I able to get pre-approved now? To make sure that people know what they're getting themselves into. So there's definitely a bigger emphasis on educating on what the full process looks like.
Jelensik also pointing out that while the rules officially go into effect May 1st, most lenders already made these adjustments months ago to get ahead of the changes. Home buyers already feeling the effects. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
6:58, and if you're considering closing a credit card, there are some pros and cons that you need to be aware of.
A financial expert says if you are leaning toward canceling a card, your payment history will stay on your credit report for up to a decade. That's only if your payment history is positive.
Now, if it's negative, it will stay for up to 7 years. Some advantages of canceling a card include helping you stay on top of your finances if interest rates are high.
Some disadvantages to consider are you're going to have less credit available, and it can also hurt your credit score.
It's likely the U.S. could default in its debt as soon as June. That's according to a trio of new analysis.
The Treasury Department is counting on an infusion of funds from taxes, but tax receipts are running much weaker than expected so far this season.
And without that and other extraordinary measures, the government won't be able to pay its bills in full and on time until lawmakers raise or suspend the debt ceiling.
If collections are enough to keep the coffers flush through early June, it is likely the government won't default until much later in the summer.
Baltimore City school administrators are being summoned by city leaders for questioning. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain why and what we can expect to come out of today's hearing.
I feel like a prisoner. I feel that I can't enjoy my home.
Well, it's a story that you were seeing first on Fox. Baltimore woman telling FOX45 News she's afraid to just leave her home. What has her feeling like a prisoner?
Our temperatures are not too bad right now. We're tracking more rain as we head into the weekend, even though we've got a lot of clouds hanging around at this hour. We'll break it down for you on FOX45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is FOX45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, April 27th. I'm Patrice. I had to get my thoughts together. I'm Patrice Sanders. Was it Thursday? I was confused for a minute.
All right. Yeah.
You're Tom Rogers.
I'm Tom Rogers. Are you confused at all?
confusing
You got
everybody.
Justin Chandler.
I'm confused because you said it's going to be really nice and maybe some sun later, but
Yeah.
not right now. Look behind
Not
you.
necessarily right now, too. It's National Macaroni and Cheese Day. Actually, I just made that up because I want macaroni and cheese.
I was going to say, that's a good day.
It is a good day. But right now, yes, we got some clouds that are hanging around. Definitely the moisture is out there, guys, because we had some of the rain showers from earlier this morning. We're going to see the clouds hang with us through a good portion of the day today, but our temperatures are going to be warmer. That's what we're looking for in our weather story. We are definitely tracking that rain for the weekend, and it's going to be starting as early as late tonight. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go on your morning drive. Temperatures in the low to mid 50s over the next couple of hours. Should top out a little bit closer to average, so we will be warmer for our highs this afternoon. Most of us in the mid to upper 60s across central Maryland. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's take a look now at your Len Stoller Traffic Network and over the Beltway, kicking off our 7 o'clock hour. Some of these cameras show no issues, but we have some major issues. 795 southbound, right before you get to 695's outer loop, 3 vehicles involved there. That's causing some backups. Also, the big one, though, is 95 south, right near Joppatown. There's 2 vehicles involved there. That's causing a few miles back up. And then one last one that you need to be aware of here if you are traveling over the Harbor Tunnel. Right near, there's some backups because there was 2 vehicles that were involved in that. They just cleared that up, so that traffic's starting to move. Everybody else, you're in the green.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. An investigation that you first saw on Fox 45 News will now be front and center during a City Hall hearing today.
Baltimore City Public Schools administrators will be attempting to explain concerning student test scores.
Olivia Dance joins us now live this morning with details on what we can expect from that hearing. Olivia?
That's right. City leaders are looking for answers from Baltimore City school administrators. The hearing is happening at 5 this evening right here at City Hall. And the council's education workforce and youth committee will convene for the meeting. School administrators are being asked to explain why hundreds of city school students are not proficient in math. Now, you remember 2 months ago, a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students among those tested who scored proficient in math. The findings sparked protest outside of school headquarters from parents demanding an explanation.
The school system was better 55 years ago than it is today.
Uneducated person does uneducated things, and we got to educate.
Fox 45 News emailed council members about their intentions, asking, quote, who do you hold accountable? How long do you anticipate it will take for students' math scores to improve? And finally, what is your message to parents who have children attending these 23 schools? So far, though, no one has responded. And coming up in about 30 minutes, find out why some critics think today's hearing will end with little action. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia, and we want to hear from you. Do you trust city council members to ask tough questions for school leaders? So far, 98% of voters have responded no, and you can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
It is a crisis at this point, but it's been a long time coming.
City in crisis and a violent week in Baltimore. Within 12 hours, 12 people were shot across the city, including a 14-year-old boy. That latest shooting happening in North Baltimore just before 2 yesterday afternoon. An 18-year-old was hurt.
Many are now looking to the police department and their struggles to keep up with an already short staff. As the violence was unfolding this week, dispatchers were heard over the scanners. Take a listen.
Wagon person isn't in yet. They're on overtime.
Adam shift units coming clear, guys. Still holding 7 calls or 3 priority ones. They have no one available at this time.
Department's uniform patrol unit is nearly 500 officers down. Some argue even more than that. Former Police Commissioner Jason Johnson says the shortage could be contributing to the city's crime crisis.
Well, because the BPD does not have the ability to deliver the resources necessary to reduce crime and to, create a sense of safety, which is fundamentally what police departments do. They don't have adequate staffing to do that.
Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says the department is getting the job done, but with fewer officers. He says they're using overtime to, quote, flex the size of the department. Johnson says that overtime is critical, but it's also concerning.
It's mandatory. It's not optional. This is not an opportunity for officers to increase their income. In many cases, they would prefer to go home and spend time with their family, but they're kept in these long, day-long shifts, which can in itself be dangerous.
According to the city's police union, there are currently around 600 officers assigned to the city's 9 patrol districts, with only 10 to 14 officers per district per shift.
Well, Fox 45 News will continue digging deeper into the officer shortage. A former Baltimore police officer who served for decades shares why he believes the department is losing far more personnel than they can hire. We have that exclusive interview tonight right here on Fox 45 News at 10.
Happening today at 9, the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention, Youth and Victim Services, in partnership with the State Board of Victim Services and the University of Maryland, Baltimore, will come together for the 7th Annual Maryland Crime Victims' Rights Conference.
Victim service professionals from all across the state will be gathering to learn more about the best practices and the laws that impact crime victims in Maryland. Again, that is happening at 9 this morning at the Maryland Judicial Center in Annapolis.
I've seen a lot of the pieces that you all have done holding our city officials accountable. I like that. We need that right now.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, a woman who fears for her safety spoke exclusively with Fox 45 News, saying that her neighborhood has been overtaken by drug dealers.
She says she doesn't want to leave her home along Chelsea Terrace in Forest Park. She adds men are often preying on young children to help them move drugs.
I feel like a prisoner. I feel that I can't enjoy my home, the place I pay taxes for, where I live, where my family lives, and I feel trapped.
Open-air drug markets have been a problem in Baltimore for years. Our cameras have caught what appears to be open-air drug dealing before, like what we're seeing here in West Baltimore. This was about a year ago. Fox 45 News has also heard from frustrated city council members.
You need to prosecute these lower-level crimes because it always escalates. You know, you go from minor possession, selling, distribution, leads to shootings, leads to homicide.
Myself and other elected leaders have raised the alarm about that, and we will continue to ask BPD to put the necessary resources in place.
Fox 45 News asked police what they are doing to crack down on these open-air drug markets. Spokesperson responding in a statement, writing the city works with several partners to provide addiction treatment and hold drug trafficking organizations accountable. Statement goes on to read that police are making arrests. They point to recent takedowns of drug trafficking groups. You can find that full statement in this story on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The U.S. Attorney for Maryland, Eric Barron, says he and other partners will soon announce new initiatives that will add to his three-pronged approach to combating violence in Baltimore. Now, those 3 initiatives include a new violent and organized crime section of the U.S. Attorney's Office, a focus on gun cases that violate the federal school zone statute, and an Al Capone method of prosecution, which targets repeat violent offenders by taking them off the street for any and all wrongdoing. Now, Barron says this model is growing.
Be surrounding mostly enforcement and accountability, gun offenses and prevention, and how we can work in tandem together to better hold individuals accountable, not just on the federal side, but on the state and local side as well.
Fox 45 News spoke with Barron about the expanding plan during a job re-entry fair that he held with the city state's attorney. Barron says the fair is part of a comprehensive approach to reducing crime. Not clear when he will officially announce the new parts of this crime-fighting plan.
Right now, communities across the southern U.S. are cleaning up after a flash of violent weather there.
Just incredible. Megan Gillen is at our live center with some of these images coming into our newsroom. Megan?
Crazy stuff here, guys. Check out this one right here. This is from Melbourne, Florida. Keyword here, Florida. And if you look closely, let me go ahead and make this a little bit bigger for you. It appears as though there is snow blanketing that high school right there. It's actually hail. It fell so quickly it started piling up like snow. You can see in the mulch over there by the trees. Pretty incredible. Another shot from firefighters in that same area. Take a look. We're going to bring this up for you. You're going to see what it looked like through their windshield. Almost hard to tell where the road is from the hail that was falling there. Texas, though, always does things a little bigger. Take a look. Multiple reports of baseball, softball, even grapefruit-sized hail in central and eastern Texas. Listen to the sound it makes in this video. You hear it, and you can see right there a bowl. He's running for cover there. We're told he's okay, but it was certainly trying to avoid that tennis ball-sized hail that they were feeling. This was right near Dublin, Texas, southwest of Fort Worth. Look at the splashing in the pool there. Just incredible. The National Weather Service getting 67 reports of hail with yesterday's strong line of storms, including more than a dozen reports of the large damaging hail like we saw there, mostly in Texas. Another 22 reports of high winds. No tornado reports, but there was an 85-mile-an-hour gust. That was near Seawalls Point, Florida, and that's the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane. Looking to today, the National Weather Service predicting another slight risk of severe storms today, primarily as you look here across the southern tip of Texas, the northern Gulf of Mexico, and then the east side of Florida as well. Forecasters saying hail and high wind will be the main threats. Again, here in our region, we're bracing for another weather maker to hit tomorrow. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's tracking this one. What can we expect?
Well, we can expect a lot of rain, Megan. Luckily, not going to see a lot of that severe weather. I'm glad Bob the Bull is okay, by the way, as he was kind of traipsing about over there with all of that hail in Texas. Right now, you can see on our HD radar where those showers and storms are. Houston across into the Arklatex region, southern Mississippi, as well in the Florida Gulf Coast, already under severe thunderstorm watches. That's right there toward the center of your screen. So that's part of that same system that Megan was talking about, and that all of that moisture is going to be moving into the southeast, and then eventually we're going to be tapping into some of that same weather system here. But for today, as you head out the door, grab a jacket and grab your sunglasses. We will have some more sun as we head later into the afternoon today with dry conditions, but we'll be tracking a pretty decent amount of rain for us for tomorrow and the chance for storms on Sunday as well. All of that coming up in a few.
Well, 7-11 now, and new this morning, Governor Westmore announcing the expansion of Maryland's plan to reimburse residents who experience SNAP EBT fraud.
That's right. The Maryland General Assembly passed Senate Bill 2, House Bill 50 recently, and signed it into law earlier this week.
The bill allows SNAP and EBT cardholders to reclaim benefits stolen as far back as January 1st of 2021. Under this new law, Maryland will extend the reimbursement eligibility period by 21 months.
The General Assembly approved $1.8 million in state general funds for reimbursing adults and families whose claims were previously denied and are now eligible.
Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. Mayor Brandon Scott announcing major improvements to violence in the city and the effectiveness of the Safe Streets program. Why one law enforcement officer says the statistics do not matter if the city does not have an effective plan in place to combat the crime.
Project Baltimore investigates why standardized test results have disappeared online. Our attempts to interview the state school superintendent as the Board of Education's president gives his explanation. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Mayor Brandon Scott, along with other city leaders, announced major improvements to violence and the effectiveness of the Safe Streets program. He called his press conference. Mayor Scott provides the one-year comprehensive update on cultivation of Baltimore's community violence intervention ecosystem. Well, joining us now to break down the numbers for our Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
Just since that press conference that happened yesterday, from overnight, 6 people were shot in Baltimore in a matter of an hour and a half, from 11:30 to 12:53. 6 others were shot in 5 hours, from 2 in the afternoon to 7 last night. So there's a lot of violence happening on the same day. A 14-year-old actually injured right about where they had that system. So it's called the Community Violence Intervention, Cultivating the Ecosystem. What does that mean?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I have no idea what that means. I have no idea what that means. All I know is you've had 12 people shot in a very short time.
And it sounds like cultivating the ecosystem makes it sound like, because this was launched last year, it's a one-year update, so we appreciate the fact that we're getting a one-year update. We'll talk about numbers here in a second, but you did not have the new state's attorney, Ivan Bates, there. It was basically, or the police at all. It was mainly, you had all the organizations that are involved with this, and they're saying keeping the police out of it, stopping the crime before it happens. So you had City School CEO, Dr. Sonia Santelises, Monzi's director, Shante Jackson. You also had Adam Rosenberg, who has been involved with child abuse throughout Baltimore City for a long time, and with LifeBridge Health. He's also running some of these Safe Streets areas. So we do that, but it sounds like, okay, it's still in infancy, and they're still cultivating this ecosystem. So it sounds like it's infant, and this is going to be years in the making.
Well, I've said this for a long time. That's the best way to guarantee job security. You tell people if this is an 8 to 12-year program, it's going to take a while. This is not going to happen in a day. I don't know what you tell the mothers of the people who were killed today. That I'm sorry, but this is going to take a little while. They just, it's like the Jedi mind trick. These are not the droids you're looking for. They say things that are completely false. The city is, it may be statistically safer than it was in the last year, which was horrifically bad, historically bad. The violence was through the roof. It still is. If you have 12 people shot within less than a day.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you claim victory here? It's ridiculous.
Well, there's also the question, going back to the mayor, saying that he was going to drop homicides by 15%. He's boasted that because of last year's historic numbers versus this year's historic numbers right now, as of right now. But the year before, there was no mention of that. He said hold him accountable. He thinks, though, that this program is the way to the future here by targeting young children. In fact, it's only in 3 schools right now. Mervo, this program that they have at the schools, Mervo, also at Carver, and also another one. There was another one at the another school that was also brought in here, Digital Harbor. All 3 of them have seen shootings and even killings for some of those students in the parking lot since this school year started.
Yeah, and the other issue I have with this is a lot of these programs that they're touting, you're not going to see, if they were successful, which they're not, but if they were going to be wildly successful, you wouldn't see success for generations. And I agree, you have to target kids when they're young, but that doesn't help the people already who are being victimized today. And that needs to be addressed immediately, like not in a year, not 2 years. Like, what are we doing this afternoon on a 4 to 12 shift? What's our focus? Where are we going? Tell me what your plan is. I've not heard a plan. I hear a lot of words that I don't understand, like ecosystem regarding crime.
Well, they have committed investing $10 million so far. They break down the $7 million already in response of where it goes in the victim services, youth and trauma, core neighborhood stabilization response. There's another one, and also CVI ecosystem partners, where there's 8 contracts totaling almost $2.5 million there.
And they're down about 1,200 police officers. How about some money for that? 200 now as commissioner. They're fudging the math by lowering the authorized strength, just so people know that.
All right, Ed, we'll leave it right there. Thank you. You can always hear Ed Norris every morning, Monday through Friday on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan, 6:10 a.m.
All right, 7:20 is your time right now, our Weather Authority forecast. And looking at the Charm City tank shot right here, have some sun that is breaking through some of that cloud cover. We had some overnight showers even early this morning. Some of that rain rolled through. So we definitely have a lot of moisture that is present in the atmosphere. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, no need for the umbrella today. Lower 50s this hour, mid 60s through noon. And we're actually going to be in the mid to upper 60s as we get out later into the afternoon. So picking them up at the bus stop, no issues out there. Good morning, Hank. Hank the bird. Yeah, bird is the wordcast with numbers in the 50s in the next couple of hours, 60s through the midday today, and even some mid to upper 60s, so a little warmer for Hank and his feathered friends and for you and your friends as well. Taking a look at these numbers here, 66 Westminster, 67 in Eldersburg, mid to upper 60s across central Baltimore County, even close to 70 in Baltimore City this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those mid to upper 60s today. Now, 70 is typically where we are this time of year, so we will be closer to that number. You look at your car wash cash, you think, all right, cool, I can clean the car up today, right? But then Friday and Saturday, you have 2 red lights there because we do have rain on the way. So even if you get the car cleaned up, Mother Nature's going to do the car wash for you tomorrow. Here's a look at our future scan. We have those clouds that are going to be moving out of here. So we do expect some sun later this afternoon and temperatures that will be warmer. That's it, though, for the dry spell because rain returns as early as tomorrow morning. We are going to have a rainy second half of our commute, and the rain is going to stay with us through the middle part of tomorrow afternoon. Could see some moderate to heavy rains. We're talking a good inch to possibly 2 inches for some of us once this thing is all said and done. Leftover rain showers early Saturday morning, then that moves out of here, and Saturday afternoon we actually get a dry period, even though it will stay cloudy. We're not talking about any kind of heavy rain at that time. Sunday, another weather maker rolls in. So we start off dry Sunday morning, but by Sunday afternoon into the evening time, we'll be warmer. More of those showers ahead of another frontal boundary, and that could prompt some thunderstorms as well by Sunday afternoon and into the evening time. Shout out to Lisa H. That is a great shot of Mac. Look at Mac posing right there in the sunshine on the green grass. So thank you so much, Lisa, for that pet pic. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com is my email, and I'd love to get your pet pics, and we will put them on TV. So upper 60s today. It's going to be cooler tomorrow with the rain, only lower 60s, but we're right back to the lower 70s, even with the unsettled weather through the weekend, and then cooler but drier next week. Patrice?
Ticketmaster is in the news again. Why people across the pond are now fed up with the ticketing company. 7:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$7:25, and make sure you come hungry because the Italian Festival of Spring is happening at the Annapolis Town Center, and it's happening this weekend.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson is in Annapolis this morning with more on what we can expect. It just sounds delicious, Amy.
Sounds delicious. Looks beautiful here. They are all decked out for spring. Lots of spring flowers everywhere you look. And this event, Rain or Shine, coming up as we close out April. I'm here with Catherine Brady telling us all about it. So lots of food, I'm hoping, if you come out to the Italian Spring Festival.
Yeah, wear your stretchy pants this Saturday, April 29th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. We are having live music, food demonstrations, all the cannolis you can eat, rain or shine.
Awesome. And this is for a good cause, right?
Yep, benefits the Lighthouse Shelter and Anne Arundel County Food Bank.
That is awesome. And it takes a lot of people. It takes a village to put something like this together. So how are you guys putting all this together?
Annapolis Town Center is partnering with the Sons and Daughters Italian Lodge of Annapolis.
Okay.
All volunteer-based, so we can't wait to have you.
Cool. So why should people come out if they're watching and saying, I need something to do this weekend? Why should they come join you all?
It's a day-long festival. We're going to have all the food you can eat. There's games for the kids, stilt walkers, face painting, balloon animals, everything.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, we've got the information up on our website. So if you missed any of the details, head over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks and you can get all the details there. Tom, Patrice, sounds like it's going to be a good time. Fingers crossed the rain gets out of here early and they can enjoy a nice dry spring day here.
That would be awesome. Italian food, my favorite.
I heard all the cannolis you can eat, and that was it. I'm like, all right, we're there.
Sign me up.
That's right.
I'm there.
Thank you, Amy. Highs in the upper 60s this afternoon, but our next chance for rain comes just in time for the weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking that system in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Today, school administrators will answer directly to city leaders. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why some are concerned nothing will change after the hearing. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and Yeah, it's all about the meteorologist and the timing of the rain, but he is, I think he's actually, he's coming back from a Superman walk.
He's here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. Dun, 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 dun.
Thank you. Thank you for that rousing introduction. I appreciate that. Yeah, we are talking about the rain showers that are going to be moving in and the next weather maker that's going to impact us as we head into your Friday. But this is what it looks like right now. That sun trying to break through, excuse me, some of that cloud cover out there from our Towson cam at this time. As you head out the door, grab a light jacket and sunglasses for sure, because we will see more sun later today and drier conditions. No need for the umbrella today, but we will definitely need it tomorrow. If you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, low to mid 50s overall on your jogging cast. Not too bad this morning. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and not seeing too much around the area. However, the top of your screen to the right, traffic, that's what we're hearing, and reports 2 crashes actually on 95. One southbound at Mountain Road, 2 vehicles involved there. And then the other one is northbound about a half a mile before that if you're traveling up through White Marsh. There's also another accident there, and not sure how many vehicles involved that one, but that's also causing the backup as you see on that little camera.
This morning, Project Baltimore is pressing state leaders for answers after school test results were removed, redacted, and then reposted on the state's website.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, the state superintendent refuses to answer our questions.
Busing for not just our bus zone.
Project Baltimore went to this Maryland Board of Education meeting to speak with State Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry about state test scores taken down after we began reporting the results.
Mr. Chaudhry, Chris Papps with FOX45. Can we ask you a couple questions about your department removing test scores from the website?
Instead, he shut the door and locked it.
Your statement said that you value the media and you want to talk to the media. Sir?
After Chaudhry dodged our questions,
President Crawford?
Yes, I'd like to say something.
We turned to the board president, Clarence Crawford.
For one, we appreciate you coming. We appreciate the coverage.
But when we started asking Crawford questions, it appeared he knew very little about what was happening.
Did you know the data was going to be adjusted?
No, because that's part of its operation.
You're the president of the school board.
That
you
is
didn't know?
That is operations.
It is being called a scandal and a cover-up.
It's now been over a week since Project Baltimore broke the news. The Maryland State Department of Education changed how it reports test scores to the public, hiding much of the data behind asterisks and making it more difficult for parents and taxpayers to see how schools are performing. The data was originally posted online in January, then removed. A redacted version was reposted after Project Baltimore reported on 23 Baltimore City schools with 0 students who tested proficient in math. The decision triggered a strong reaction, many calling on the state superintendent to address it.
Hold press conference.
That's it.
Hold press
Come
conference.
on the air.
Go do an interview.
You came on with us, Muhammad showed you when you first got here. Haven't been on since. Come on, what's there to hide?
MSDE has not agreed to an interview, but said in a statement it's using enhanced de-identification to protect student privacy because of learning challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic. But not everyone is buying that argument. The Maryland Public Policy Institute called it a cover-up, and earlier this week sent this letter to the Inspector General for Education requesting an investigation into whether any state or federal laws have been violated. Also, a petition calling on the state superintendent to resign is now nearing its goal of 2,500 signatures on change.org. 8 Maryland delegates have also signed multiple letters calling on MSDE to further explain why the data was removed from the state's website.
I had no idea that was what happened, and it's dishonest. It's hiding the ball. It's hiding the truth from parents.
Do you approve of the change?
From what I understand, yes.
You believe in giving less information to parents and taxpayers?
No, we believe in giving proper information. So what they did was
the past 13 years, you've been reporting this data the same way. You're saying that MSD has been improper for the past 13 years? This is how they've been reporting the data for 13 years, sir. They just changed last month.
We stand with the superintendent.
Last week, Superintendent Chaudhry's office issued this 3-page letter concerning our reporting. At least 6 times, this letter said changing the data was federally required. But the U.S. Department of Education's website offers guidelines, not mandates, for protecting student privacy and says these decisions are left up to the individual state. So we asked Crawford about that.
We have our position. You have our position in writing. So again, we encourage you to continue to report. We're happy to have you report.
We then asked why the data was only redacted for the state's lowest performing schools.
If your argument is student privacy, doesn't the privacy of the highest performing schools matter too?
We are, again, I'm going to refer you to the document from the superintendent.
It doesn't answer any of these questions, and we've asked them.
Okay.
It doesn't answer any of them.
Transformative education for the children in the state of Maryland. That is our priority. That's what we're all about, and we invite you to come and to see what we're doing and to share the information. And again, thank you very much.
But you're not sharing information, sir. You're hiding information. That's the reason we're here.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Well, turning now to the crisis in the classroom, an investigation that you saw first on Fox 45 News will now be front and center during a hearing today.
Baltimore City Public School administrators are being summoned to City Hall after a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools had 0 students among those tested proficient in math.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live now with why some are skeptical of this hearing. Olivia?
Tom and Patrice, the hearing is happening at 5 this evening right here at City Hall, and school leaders will attempt to explain students concerning test scores. But Michael Johnson, a retired city school teacher, thinks that the hearing will lead to little action. Take a listen to his concerns.
For me, this is just a dog and pony show. I think the city council could stand up and say, we have a problem and that we need to have it fixed. But in the end of the game, they're not going to do jack.
Johnson's concern, not much will come from the hearing, and that students unfortunately will continue to suffer. Now, if you remember, just 2 months ago, a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students among those tested who scored proficient in math. And of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring the hearing to see how school leaders handle the pressure from City Hall. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. A flurry of violence as Baltimore sees 12 people shot in 12 hours. In just about 10 minutes, we'll be speaking with a community activist on what needs to happen heading into the summer to keep people safe.
Plus, the violence comes as the Baltimore Police Department struggles to fill hundreds of vacancies, while one law enforcement expert refers to the department's use of overtime as critical but concerning.
And some more rain will be here just in time for your weekend plans. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, tracking the system, plus when things will dry out. That's coming up in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 741, the Air National Guardsman charged with violating the Espionage Act for leaking military documents from the Pentagon, scheduled to appear in court this afternoon for a detention hearing.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the information just uncovered. Megan.
Yeah, brand new details here, guys, about the scope of information that 21-year-old Jack Teixeira that you see here is accused of sharing. In a court filing released just late last night, Justice Department prosecutors say that the amount of classified materials leaked far exceeds what has been reported so far. They are also trying to determine if Teixeira still has access to any more physical or digital copies of the secret documents. Just hours ago, prosecutors also sharing these pictures from Teixeira's room after investigators searched his home. In some of these pictures, there are various electronics that were found smashed. We're also learning the squadron's commander and the detachment commander overseeing administrative support on Teixeira's Air National Guard unit. They were suspended late last night. They have been denied access to classified systems and information. We're going to keep you posted from our live center as today's detention hearing gets underway in Massachusetts. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Adnan Syed's lawyer pushing back on claims from Heyman Lee's family in a recent court filing. New details in the appellate court of Maryland's decision to reinstate his conviction.
And in the midst of Baltimore's crime crisis, city leaders say parents need to be more involved in their kids' lives. Up next, we're speaking with a community activist about the violence and how you enforce parents being involved. 742, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. All right, it's 7:45. A rash of violence across Baltimore ends with 12 people shot in a 12-hour period. The series of separate shootings touched nearly every corner of the city, hitting 5 of Baltimore's 9 police districts. Community activist Reverend Al Hathaway is joining us with a look at what is happening. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing well. All right, so despite best efforts, as the mayor would call it, or critics would say no efforts, we just can't seem to get a hold of the violence that is happening. What do you see happening?
What we see in the community is that where is our police commissioner? Our police commissioner has assets. Our police commissioner has resources. This is time for the police commissioner to step up to demonstrate that he has those assets and resources of additional agencies, federal resources. We really need the full support of all of our law enforcement in our communities now.
Commissioner Harrison will say he is out there. Their men that are working. They're doing the best that they can. They're short-staffed, but they're doing the best with what they have. They're making arrests, but sometimes this goes beyond their scope. The mayor has also said it as well. They need parents involved to be more accountable for what their own children are doing, especially as we're seeing more juveniles involved in this crime.
One of the sad realities is that there are a lot of juveniles that are without parents. There's a large number, a segment that are growing up without parents, without caregivers. They're in juvenile homes. So you really can't put it on parents as a panacea. The real issue is that we've got to have the credibility and trust inside of the community where the community can speak honestly and openly with the police and law enforcement.
And you think that is not what's happening? What is the barrier there?
I think the barrier is that there's a disconnect between, one, I inform you of some action, and then you take action. But there's a lot of people that's going and walking in this community that people know have what they call bodies. They have been involved and engaged in violence, and people know it. But people see that they're not being arrested, they're not being confronted, and as a result, there's a sense of intimidation that's going on in these communities now.
What do you think about the shortage of police? The police union president came out and said that the shooting spree that we saw, the 12 people in the 12 hours, that was just a chaotic day for those officers, and that the officers did a great job, but they're overworked, they're burned out, but there's no end in sight for them because they need to be out there fighting this crime, and there just aren't enough of them. And we're approaching summer months, and they're worried about that continued pace.
Yeah, there's a fear in the community. This is just April, and so we know there's going to be an escalation in May and in June and July. So if the issue is that there's not enough manpower and human capital, where do we get it? I think the community wants to know that what is going to be our pathway to get more human capital to be involved and engaged in the law enforcement. That's the real issue. Not what we don't have, what do we need, and how do we get it?
All right, Reverend Hathaway, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, well, it's 7:49, and we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice, and good morning, everyone. Looking at the Charm City tank shot. Overall, dry conditions right now, even though we do have a lot of the clouds that are still kind of hanging around from the rain that we saw in the overnight hours. We're on our way to see a lot of rain as we head into your Friday, and even on the second half of the weekend, more of that rain is going to be rolling around. So taking a look at your temperatures, officially 53 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. A little wind out of the east, about 6 to 10 miles an hour. Notice that humidity at 89%. So there's definitely a lot of moisture to work with here in the atmosphere. And we're going to be tapping into more of that and getting more of that rain as we head into tomorrow morning. But as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, low to mid and upper 50s. The sun will be up until 7:56 tonight. Definitely longer daylight hours. And you can see in that 10 o'clock hour, we're close to 60 degrees there in Reisterstown and around the area. Mid to upper 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. So temperatures a little closer to average for this time of year. And if you're doing happy hour this afternoon, we'll see those temps still in the mid to upper 60s. All in all, not a bad spring afternoon. 70 the average, as I mentioned. Mid to upper 60s is what we'll see across central Maryland and even up and down the 95 corridor. A little warmer to the south in D.C. and down through Richmond today. 63 down the ocean. 67 in Cumberland for the afternoon. Now, the pollen numbers, they've come down just a little bit with some of that rain. We do expect that rain to really help to clean out the air, especially tomorrow, and get those trees and grass numbers back down to a manageable position. Good afternoon or evening to throw some stuff on the grill on your grill cast. We'll see those temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. O's got the wind yesterday afternoon. Now they're on the road for 10 days. Not going to be back here until the middle of May. Our future scan looking like this. We see a few of those clouds hanging around for the afternoon. But here comes the rain. This is the next weather maker that's going to bring all of that rain for tomorrow morning. Off and on rain showers through tomorrow afternoon into the evening time. Some heavy to moderate rain at times. The flooding concern is low just because we've been so dry. So we should get the ground to soak up a lot of that moisture. Saturday morning, the leftover showers moving out of here. We get a dry period by Saturday afternoon, and then another round of rain comes in. This is going to be late Sunday afternoon into early Monday. We could see some thunderstorms with that next weather maker on Sunday. So that 7-day forecast looks like this. Upper 60s today, lower 60s, cooler with the rain tomorrow. We're back to the 70s for the weekend with the unsettled weather, but then cooler and drier into early next week.
Regular training will resume today at Laurel Park. Why the Maryland Jockey Club has decided to reopen after euthanizing 2 horses due to injuries sustained on the track.
Brown bagging, but making it high fashion. How much you'll have to pay for this luxury purse that looks exactly like a grocery bag. Spending a couple grand for a grocery bag purse makes me just laugh out loud, but I don't even spend more than $2 for a cup of coffee.
I'm not buying that bag.
No.
I will buy a cup of coffee, though. Great time for a coffee break. A royal ticketing scandal. The chance to eat a meal in space and then a purse that looks exactly like a brown paper bag.
Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark joining us live in studio this morning with today's trending stories. All right, space or purse? Where are we going first?
Well, once again, what's your name?
I'm Patrice.
Patrice.
By the way.
Once again, Ticketmaster's in trouble. It's over the coronation concert. King Charles's coronation will take place on May 6th. The next day, Katy Perry, Lionel Richie, Andrea Bocelli, the baby will all perform at the coronation concert to celebrate. Ticketmaster was hired to give away 10,000 free tickets to the event, but those who tried to get those free tickets say they're confused by the process. Many people received emails saying congrats for getting a standing ticket, but when they clicked on the link to activate them, they were unavailable. Now, this brown paper bag is the newest fashion accessory. Luxury fashion brand, how do you say it? Bada.
Don't say it.
It's selling its version of the classic grocery bag. It comes in two sizes. The small costs about $1,900 and the medium goes for $2,500. Now, a travel company is giving space food a whole new meaning. Another word I can't pronounce, travel company based in France announced plans to take a few people to space in its low-carbon balloons. The ride will last for about 6 hours with meals and wine tastings as the balloon floats 15 miles above the Earth's surface. The company says the experience will cost $132,000 per person. And guys, you know, would you pay to go to space?
Take our little brown bags and get in our little balloon. I can drink wine here on Earth.
Nothing about any of your stories just now was good. Ticketmaster is just ridiculous.
Right.
And
if Tay can't handle it,
the brown
else
paper
can.
bag, I mean, that's dumb.
But the balloon, I see Justin doing that one.
Justin can do that. That's meteorology money.
No, I'm not doing that.
Do you have to wear an oxygen mask when you do that?
I'm sure.
Right. So how do you drink wine then?
Straw.
None of this makes sense.
No.
And guys, I said the baby's at the concert. The baby's not performing.
We already knew that.
No, yeah.
we didn't think he was going to be at the coronation.
We went on a whirlwind right there.
That was just a name I could say.
All right, Mark.
All right, let's take a look at you. We'll have your forecast coming up. We'll talk about the weekend weather maker and the rain that's on the way for tomorrow. That's coming up.
Baltimore City school administrators are being summoned by city leaders for questioning. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain why and what we can expect to come out of today's hearing.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, April 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. You know, after what? More than a decade and a half working together, sometimes you both wear blue vests on the same day.
We do, and you know,
and
it happens often.
Others don't.
Somebody's, he's doing his own things. Like one of the kids is not the same. That's
I'm doing
today.
Purple Thursday for the draft. So the Ravens tonight. Yep, absolutely. Yeah.
Thinking ahead.
Purple Thursday. Yeah, and we do have some cloud cover out there right now, guys. We had some rain showers earlier this morning. The clouds from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam showing us that this is how it looks outside right now. That sun trying to break through, and we will see a little bit more of that sun later today, and we stay dry as well. Numbers right now in the 40s and 50s, so overall not too bad, maybe just a little on the cool side. Overall, that cloudy morning will lead to a warmer afternoon with a bit more sunshine, and then we are tracking the rain that's headed in for the weekend, especially for tomorrow. That's the next weather maker that we will be tracking here. So next couple of hours, temperatures steadily rising, upper 50s and lower 60s as we take you through midday today, and we're on our way to highs in the mid to upper 60s, so a little warmer than where we ended up yesterday. But we have a pretty decent amount of rain coming in for the weekend. We'll track that in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we have your Len Stoller traffic network here, and we've got a few incidents that we need to make you aware of this morning. The first, 95 southbound. This is at Mountain Road. If you take a look, we've got 2 cars involved in this. The right shoulder is closed. Traffic just inching through that area. The other just over 3 miles past that. There's another 2-vehicle crash in that area. Not a pretty place to be traveling here this morning.
8:02 now. We begin this morning with the crisis in the classroom. An investigation that you first saw on Fox 45 News will now be front and center during a hearing today.
Baltimore City Public Schools administrators will attempt to explain concerning student test scores.
Olivia Dance is joining us live with the details on what we can expect from the hearing. Olivia?
Yeah, that's right. City leaders are looking for answers from Baltimore City school administrators. The hearing is happening at 5 this evening right here at City Hall, where the council's Education, Workforce, and Youth Committee will convene. School administrators are being asked to explain why hundreds of city school students are not proficient in math. If you remember, 2 months ago, a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students among those tested who scored proficient in math. The findings sparked protest outside of school headquarters from parents demanding an explanation.
The school system was better 55 years ago than it is today.
Uneducated person does uneducated things, and we got to educate.
Fox 45 News emailed council members about their intentions, asking, quote, who do you hold accountable? How long do you anticipate it will take for students' math scores to improve? And finally, what is your message to parents who have children attending these 23 schools? So far, though, no one has responded. And coming up in about 30 minutes, find out why some critics think today's hearing will end with little to no action. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
We want to hear from you. Do you trust city council members to ask tough questions of school leaders? So far, 97% of those who have voted say they do not. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Turning now to a city in crisis and a violent week in Baltimore.
Within 12 hours, 12 people shot across the city, including a 14-year-old boy. The latest shooting happened in North Baltimore just before 2 yesterday afternoon. An 18-year-old was hurt.
Many now looking to the police department and their struggles to keep up with an already short staff. As the violence was unfolding this week, dispatchers were heard over the scanners. Take a listen.
Wagon person isn't in yet. They're on overtime.
Adam shift units coming clear, guys. Still holding 7 calls for 3 priority ones. They have no one available at this time.
The department is currently down nearly 500 officers. Former Baltimore Deputy Police Commissioner Jason Johnson says the shortage could be fueling the city's crime crisis.
It is a crisis at this point, but it's been a long time coming. Well, because the BPD does not have the ability to deliver the resources necessary to reduce crime and to, create a sense of safety, which is fundamentally what police departments do. They don't have adequate staffing to do that.
Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says the department is getting the job done, but with fewer officers. He says they're using overtime to, quote, flex the size of the department. Johnson calls the overtime critical but concerning.
It's mandatory. It's not optional. This is not an opportunity for officers to increase their income. In many cases, they would prefer to go home and spend time with their family, but they're kept in these long, day-long shifts, which can in itself be dangerous.
According to the city's police union, there are currently about 600 officers assigned to the city's 9 patrol districts, with only 10 to 14 officers per district per shift. Well, Fox 45 News will continue to dig deeper into the officer shortage. A former Baltimore police officer who served for decades shares why he says the department is losing far more personnel than they can hire. We have that exclusive interview tonight on Fox 45 News at 10.
Project Baltimore investigates why detailed results of standardized tests have disappeared online. Topping our next half hour, why the numbers are no longer available to parents.
Oh, and a bull ends up running for cover as tennis ball-sized hail falls in parts of Texas. Also, we're taking a closer look at the storms as they went all the way through the southern U.S. and even hit parts of Florida. Completely different look, though, this morning, from white sand beaches to white parks yesterday. We'll explain after the break.
Lots of cloud cover out there this morning. We are going to see more of the sun this afternoon and warmer temperatures before the rain rolls in this weekend. We'll talk about it coming up.
.09 right now, communities across the southern U.S. are cleaning up after a flash of violent weather there.
Tom Rogers at our live center with some images just coming into our newsroom. Pretty incredible stuff, Tom.
Yeah, in fact, give me a second here because look at this. This is Florida right now, a live shot right here coming from Miramar, Florida, where you see white sand beaches. Looks beautiful. But just yesterday, look at the change here that they're experiencing. It looks like there's white sand beaches here. If you look closely, it actually looks like either snow on the ground, but it's hail that fell so quickly it started piling up like snow. In fact, here's another shot from firefighters in that same area. This is what it looked like through their windshield. It's difficult to even tell or make out exactly where is the road they're traveling down. In Texas, they always do things a little bit bigger, right? Taking a look at this, multiple reports of baseball, softball, even grapefruit-sized hail in central and eastern Texas. I live there, and I used to experience this all the time. Nothing that large, though. We would see golf ball and tennis-sized hail. And just listen to what this size makes. In the backyard right here, sent in obviously from Gary, and you see the bull starting to run for cover. We're told that that bull is okay. It was certainly trying to avoid the tennis ball size hail that was falling right near Dublin, Texas. That's southwest of Fort Worth. The National Weather Service getting 67 reports of hail with yesterday's line of storms, including more than a dozen reports of large damaging hail, mostly in Texas. Another 22 reports of high winds. And the hail, once it starts breaking windshields, that's when it hits above a tennis ball size hail. That's what I experienced a couple times in Plano, Texas. No tornado reports. There was an 85-mile-an-hour gust right near Seawalls Point, Florida. That's the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane. National Weather Service predicting another slight risk of severe storms today, primarily across the southern tip of Texas, northern Gulf of Mexico, and the east side of Florida. Forecasters say hail, high wind will be the main threats again. Now, that's the latest right here from our live center. But now we want to get a check on the forecast in the Baltimore region. We're looking at any weather makers today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, it's the weather maker tomorrow, Tom. Basically part of that same system, as you can see, that is moving through the southeast right now. We'll take a look at that. Look at all that lightning there. The pink area there in the Florida Gulf Coast and southern Mississippi and Alabama, that's a severe thunderstorm watch. And we're already getting a lot of that thunderstorm activity with that same line of storms that Tom was just talking about. Now, we'll tap into a lot of that moisture that moves out of the southeast and moves right up the east coast into our region, mainly bringing us a ton of rain. But we are looking right now outside. The sun is trying to break through some of that cloud cover. This is from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Overall, our temperatures will be warmer today, and we will be drier, even though we have the cloud cover around. We'll see those numbers climb into the mid to upper 60s. And on your yard and gardening cash, yeah, get out there and get that yard work and the grass cut today before the rain rolls in tomorrow, because we'll be talking about inside activities for your Friday. We're back with your full forecast. We'll take you through the hour-by-hour future scan and let you know exactly what to expect.
Still to come this morning, we continue coverage on the hearing set today covering Baltimore City Schools test scores, why some think no progress will be made.
And city residents voiced their concerns to the Board of Estimates and the mayor, what they had to say about the budget, plus the other topics at hand. It's 8:12 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Last night was the first taxpayers' night of 2023 in Baltimore City, and this was an opportunity for citizens to publicly voice their concerns to the Board of Estimates and to the mayor about the budget or any other issue. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us live with his thoughts on the public forum. David, good morning. What were your takeaways from this meeting? Did anything surprise you?
Good morning, Megan. And this is a fascinating process, right? Because people are able to go to City Hall or do virtually is talk about what they're concerned about in the city. And that's why I watched this, because this is taxpayers' night. And I wanted to see what people were thinking. Now, what was interesting was the first presentation was actually the budget of the city. And they're talking about how their revenues are going to increase by 4%, expenses 8%. So that puts the city in a really weird position when expenses are outpacing revenues. But then we heard from the people, and this was fascinating because there were a lot of problems in the city. And what I heard last night was I heard about homelessness. I heard about the Pratt Library, more funding for the Pratt Library, the lack of funding for preschool, and one particular preschool in Baltimore. And what I did was I made the connection here is that there's $641 million from the federal government that's going into Baltimore City, and you have all of these issues that apparently that are being underfunded. And let's take homelessness as an example. Last year, Mayor Scott announced $90 million in federal money to address homelessness. Yet last night, there seemed to be a problem where people think that there's not enough is being done. So where is this money going? It's fantastic to make these great announcements, but where is the money going for things like homelessness?
David, were there any issues that were not addressed that you think should have been either last night or in the budget itself?
I was really shocked by the lack of discussion about education. We have a system in Baltimore City that is failing the students, it's failing the teachers, and it's failing everyone right now. And I talked about the preschool funding, but there wasn't a bigger discussion about how much funding is going into this. And again, going back to that first presentation, Megan, as they said that the city is going to have to spend more because of the Kerwin Commission. They're talking about $60 million more because of the Kerwin Commission. But what is that going to do for the education? And I got to tell you, one of the funniest moments last night was that two people talked about a skateboard park. That seemed to be at the top of the mind of at least two people during the discussion last night. And of course, and Megan, listen, the cast of characters came out last night. You had the city activists that are obviously very concerned, but then you had a few people that, like to make a name for themselves and had their little, 2 minutes of fame. But it's really a fascinating process. I'm glad the city does it, and there's going to be another one in May, and hopefully there will be more issues brought up that really concern taxpayers.
All right, David, we appreciate you weighing in on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 8:18, time to get another check of our forecast.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at how the day started versus how it's going to end.
Yeah, we had a lot of rain showers this morning that kind of rolled through. A lot of that cloud cover is hanging around right now. So, yeah, the low clouds are here. That sun is going to break out. It has been in some spots. And as we head later into the afternoon, we do expect some drier air to work into the area. So, we'll see kind of a mix of clouds and sun for the day. And our temperatures that will be warmer for this afternoon. This is going to be the dry day because we've got a lot of rain on the way starting tomorrow. Mid-50s in Towson right now. A little southeast wind, about 6 to 10 miles an hour. That's about all we're seeing. And Daryl, the dragonfly, buzzing around today with temperatures in the mid to upper 60s over the next few hours. So that's what we're going to look at, closer to average for this time of year. High temps in Westminster and Eldersburg, Carroll County. You're going to see the mid to upper 60s. A lot of us in those 60s continuing across Baltimore County for Towson down through Baltimore, Canton and Fells today. Catonsville in the upper 60s, 69 in Dundalk today. Numbers for you in Hartford and Cecil counties in the mid to upper 60s as well. Up into Rising Sun and Northeast toward Elkton, 68 in Perryman. Eastern Shore, you get some 60s as well for Rock Hall, Centerville, out through Denton. Even 70 in Easton over there for you in Talbot County today. So a good day today. Get the lawnmower revved up. Our mowcast is here, and we have a green light on Thursday.
I like that one.
You like that one? That one was okay?
I feel like it's not gas powered. That's definitely battery.
The one that I just did was a battery powered?
Yeah, it seemed a little, it didn't have the oomph.
Okay. I got to work on the sound.
Yeah.
Well, something like that? Okay.
Getting better.
All right, either way, get the grass cut today. I have to do it. You got to do it. Well, you don't have to if you got it done already, because Friday and Saturday, it's going to be raining. And so that's why you want to let Mother Nature do the watering for you. Our future scan, we're dry today. Here comes the rain. It's coming in tomorrow morning. Going to be with us for most of the day in the middle part of the afternoon into the evening time as well. Even a few light showers left over on Saturday. Saturday is going to be drier, but it's going to stay cloudy and overcast, kind of misty. And then Sunday, we start the day dry, but then Sunday afternoon into the evening time, that's when more rain is going to roll through, possibly some thunderstorms by Sunday afternoon as another frontal system makes its way through here, and that warmer air will be in place as well that could help fuel some of those storms. So we'll be cooler tomorrow, only lower 60s for our highs. We're back to the lower 70s, however, for both Saturday and Sunday, which is why we have a better chance of some thunderstorms on the second half of the weekend. And then we actually will be cooler to kick off the month of May next week with drier conditions.
Project Baltimore is pressing leaders for answers after school test results were removed, then reposted with alterations. Still to come this morning, how the state superintendent is responding to our questions.
And the Italian Festival of Spring is coming up at the Annapolis Town Center this weekend. Coming up next, we're going to get ready for the festival by learning to make these beautiful cannolis. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It is time to try out some of the best Italian food and drink all in one spot in Annapolis.
Okay, Amy Aronson is joining us live from Annapolis. She's got today's hometown hotspot. Hi, Amy.
Yeah, that's right. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to taste some cannolis here. I'm here with Ray Gamble this morning talking everything Italian. Plus, we've got these two ladies doing the hard work over here, filling the cannoli. This is just a sample of everything Italian that people can enjoy when they come out this weekend to Annapolis Town Center.
Absolutely. We have subs, we have pasta, we have different kinds of desserts that our lodge members have prepared, so we're going to have a ton of food.
All your favorite Italian things. Why should people come out? It's all actually for a good cause, too.
Absolutely. We do a lot of charitable work at the Order of Sons and Daughters of Italy, and we are supporting 2 local charities through this event, the Lighthouse Shelter here in Annapolis and the Anne Arundel County Food Bank.
Okay, awesome. As we're things are getting out of hand over there. As they're filling these cannolis here, is there any technique to doing this?
Well, everybody has their own. It's make sure the whole thing gets filled, basically.
I see you got to do it from both ends there, right?
Yep. And then powdered sugar on top.
Powdered sugar on top. What makes your cannolis extra special?
They're made with a lot of love, and they're made by all our Italian members.
Okay, in addition to this and the other things you mentioned, is there anything you recommend people try when they come out this weekend? Because it's all about the food.
I think just enjoy themselves, bring the family and friends and neighbors, and it's for good cause, and there'll be lots of food and entertainment.
Okay, awesome. Rain or shine, right?
Absolutely.
And if people want to try your food otherwise and they can't get out this weekend, they can do that too?
We have festivals at different times of the year. We have some weekend events, so yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Should we do a little cannolis cheer here?
Sure thing.
I'm going to take this one they freshly filled. That one looks good. Okay, cheers to spring, right?
Spring.
Okay, if you guys want more information, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And now that I'm done talking, Megan, Patrice, I can try a bite of their famous cannolis. I'll let you know what I think.
Look, we don't want more information. We want more cannoli.
Oh, it's a good one. The face says it all. Thank you,
good.
Amy. And the music, too. Well, today we're warming up as temperatures reach the 60s.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at when the next weather maker is moving in.
Today, school administrators will answer directly to city leaders. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why some are concerned that nothing will change after the hearing. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It is Thursday, April 27th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Roger. We're bringing back the Blue Blazers.
Blue Blazer
Patrice,
butt.
Megan, me, Mark Clark,
And then you need to have someone who's going to, you know, round things out. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, the keystone in
anti-jacket right now.
Well, this is the weather segment over here on the weather desk. I'm very busy backstage doing a lot of things, like eating my hummus and
these
getting
jackets
ready.
are restricting when you're trying to talk about weather.
Exactly right.
Can't point.
There are blue stripes in the jacket, too, by the way, if you look closely. So looking outside right now, we are looking at cloudy skies, a lot of gray out there, but that sun is trying to poke through some of that cloud cover. And as we head later into the day, we are expecting these clouds to dissipate a bit. So we'll see mainly cloudy conditions for the first part of the day, but we do expect some sunshine later. And temperatures that'll be warmer. Right now, 40s and 50s is what we're looking at throughout most of the region. 49 Cockeysville, 53 in Rosedale, Essex, Middle River. You're in the mid-50s right now as well. Warmer temps for the afternoon, and then we are tracking the rain for the weekend starting tomorrow morning. So get your running, your jogging outside today, because tomorrow will be more inside activities as that rain stays with us through a good portion of this upcoming weekend. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
8:31, and Project Baltimore is pressing state leaders for answers after school test results were removed, redacted, and then reposted on the state's website.
Chris Papps joining us live to explain what they found and how the state superintendent is reacting in a surprising way, I think. Chris, good morning.
Good morning. Have you guys ever seen anything like this before?
No.
This is the state superintendent of Maryland, a man who oversees billions and billions of tax dollars being sent to public education, and he locks himself behind a door when we try to ask him very simple questions about data on the website. He signed up for this job. This is what he wanted to do, and now he has himself caught up in what appears at this point to be a scandal, and he locks himself behind a door. A grown adult locks himself behind a door when the media tries to ask him some questions. And anybody watching right now, I would encourage you to go to foxbaltimore.com and watch what happened with the Maryland State Superintendent when we just tried to ask him a couple questions about data reporting. Data reporting.
Right.
This is how he responded. Like we're just shocked by this.
Well, Chris, was there anybody else there at that meeting? It looked like, I mean, is there any other parents or any other teachers that are allowed to ask questions during those meetings, or does he talk to anybody else, or does he typically get up and run behind a door?
Well, the way that these meetings work, there's probably about 50 people there. So you have the 10 or 12 state school board members, and then you have the state superintendent who the school board hires. It works like any other local jurisdiction. And then there's a bunch of people who can go. The meetings are open to the public. And what we did was we waited for the lunch break. And we got there about an hour before the lunch break. And what you see in the video is right when they break for lunch is when the superintendent got up. And by the way, nobody else got up. Did you notice that? Nobody else got up at the table except him. And then he walked very quickly to a door, the closest door to him, and then he shut the door and then he locked it. So we were very respectful. We did not interrupt the meeting. We waited for it to break. And we got there, as I said, about an hour beforehand. So he saw us come in. He watched us for an hour. His eyes were on us basically the entire time. He knew what we were going to do. We've been trying for weeks to talk to him about them taking the data off the website after we reported about the 23 schools in Baltimore City, and then repost a redacted document. So he knew what was going on, and he did everything he could to avoid us and not answer his questions to the public.
Well, it's clear that he's not going to answer your questions, at least not at this point. Was anyone else on the board there willing to say anything or explain what was happening?
So after he locked himself behind that door, I turned around and the president of the board was still in the room. He didn't run away. And we walked up to him and we asked him the questions that we were going to ask Mr. Chaudhary, the state superintendent. And we quickly realized that the president of the school board didn't really have any idea what was going on. We asked him if he knew the data was going to be changed, and he said he didn't know. The president of the State Board of Education in Maryland had no idea the entire state was going to change the way it delivers data to the public. He didn't know. And we then asked him a series of questions like why was the data why were the enhanced de-identification that we've been talking about, why was it only the lowest performing schools that had their data scrubbed and not the highest performing schools? Well, he didn't have an answer for that. We asked him about the federal government actually doesn't require states to do this when Chaudhary, the state superintendent, said they do. He didn't have an answer for that. It didn't even seem like he knew when the data was changed. All of this happened, as you guys know, in the past couple weeks.
Right.
And like for the past 13 years, the state has been reporting data the same way. All of a sudden, it changes a month ago. And the president of the board, I mean, he just didn't know. It wasn't his fault. Nobody told him. That is probably the state superintendent's fault. And maybe since this happened yesterday, they've had a conversation. Perhaps. We're going to find out. We're going to keep digging into this.
I don't think you're going to be allowed back in one of those meetings, to be quite honest, the way it was handled there. But
we appreciate you being there and asking these questions. Parents, taxpayers deserve to know.
Chris Papps,
well, the president of the board said to us, he appreciated us being there. So we'll go back.
And covering the meeting. Yeah, right. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate it. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, an investigation that you saw right here on Fox 45 News will now be front and center during a hearing today.
Baltimore City Public Schools administrators are being summoned to City Hall after a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students among those tested proficient in math. This is what we were just talking to Chris about.
Right, and those asterisks and why all of a sudden the data changed. Well, Olivia Dance is joining us now with why some are skeptical about this hearing. Olivia?
Well, Megan and Tom, the hearing is happening at 5 this evening right here at City Hall, and school leaders will attempt to explain students concerning test scores. But Michael Johnson, a retired city school teacher, thinks that the hearing will lead to little action. Take a listen to his concerns.
For me, this is just a dog and pony show. I think the city council could stand up and say, we have a problem and that we need to have it fixed. But in the end of the game, they're not going to do jack.
Johnson's concern, not much will come from the hearing, and that students will unfortunately continue to suffer. If you remember, just 2 months ago, a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students among those tested who scored proficient in math. And of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring the hearing to see how school leaders handle the pressure from City Hall. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. A big day ahead as the Air National Guardsman accused of leaking classified documents will be appearing in court. Coming up, the brand new details we're learning.
And today we have a day in the 60s with some clouds. Coming up, our Weather Authority team keeping you in the loop for that next chance of rain. It is 8:37 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. We're about 20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock as we look out from the big live window. You can see a lot of that cloud cover out there. That sun trying to peek through at this time, but overall those low clouds are sticking around. I'm still going to give it a 4 from Carlos the Crab on our Crabcast. Still a good day because temps will be warmer and we actually will be dry through the afternoon. So you can see in your quick glance forecast close to 70 for this afternoon and dry. Sun will be up until 7:56 this evening, but we are tracking that next weather maker, which is going to bring a good amount of rain to the area starting tomorrow. We'll talk about that coming up.
Sounds good, Justin. Thank you. From our live center now this morning, the Air National Guardsman charged with violating the Espionage Act for leaking military documents from the Pentagon is scheduled to appear in court once again, this time this afternoon for a detention hearing. And we're learning new details about the scope of information that 21-year-old Jack Teixeira is accused of sharing. In a court filing released late last night, Justice Department prosecutors saying the amount of classified materials leaked far exceeds what has been reported so far. They are also trying to determine if Teixeira still has access to any more physical or digital copies of secret documents. Just hours ago, prosecutors also sharing these pictures here. This is from Teixeira's room. After investigators searched his home, at some points you can see electronics that they found smashed. We are also learning the squadron's commander and the detachment commander overseeing administrative support on Teixeira's Air National Guard unit. They were suspended late last night. They have been denied access to classified systems and information. We're going to keep you posted from our live center as today's detention hearing gets underway in Massachusetts. That's the latest from our live center.
Yet another candidate declares the run for presidency. After the break, who is still on the fence about running? And still to come this morning, we continue our coverage of the hearing happening today at City Hall about Baltimore City Public Schools. The topics we anticipate to be discussed, that's topping our next half hour. 8:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:44, and in your election 2024 coverage, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson is officially running for president.
The Republican candidate making the announcement just yesterday from the same spot where he launched a run for U.S. Senate over 30 years ago. Hutchinson says that his campaign is about courage and making tough decisions.
I am running for president of the United States because I know that the best of America is ahead of us. There is behind me on the courthouse wall a statement that is the foundation of our nation. Sovereignty rests with the people.
Now, Hutchinson is the fourth Republican to officially announce a 2024 bid for president, joining former President Donald Trump, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, and former biotech executive Vivek Ramaswamy.
As for Democrats, President Joe Biden announcing his reelection campaign yesterday. Author Marianne Williamson and environmental lawyer Robert F. Kennedy, they're also running.
Although not formally announced yet, U.S. Senator Tim Scott says he's still considering a potential run.
The South Carolina Republican telling Fox News that he hopes to decide before the end of May. Scott already announcing an exploratory committee for president earlier this month, and he tells Fox that he believes he could beat President Biden. But Scott has been reluctant to speak ill of the man who appears to be the frontrunner for the Republican presidential nomination, former President Donald Trump. He would not say if he believes Trump could beat Biden in a rematch.
8:46 is the time now, and raining on the way in, then cloudy all morning. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more sun.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. Looks a little better out at the bank.
Yeah, starting to get some of those pockets of sunshine. That's what we're going to see as we go throughout the day today. You know, that mix of clouds and sun we always talk about. So one side of the city you're getting some sun, others are getting some cloud cover out there. Of course, we're sunny in Birdland because the O's got the win yesterday afternoon against the Red Sox. So they won that series. They keep the winning ways, and they're headed on the road for 10 games. So we won't see him back here for a little bit. Of course, draft night tonight for your Baltimore Ravens. So we'll find out who our first pick. Maybe we'll get a couple picks in the first round. You never know. They're going to trade up and do some stuff. So 55 is your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Southeast wind about 6 to 10 miles an hour. Notice that humidity 86%. When the dew point temperature at 51 and the air temperature at 55, when those are close, typically is when we see those cloudy skies out there. Now, golfers, some of the courses may be a little squishy out there, but you can get around in today on your forecast. 57 next hour, mid-60s through noontime and into the upper 60s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. 70 is typically where we are this time of year. Most of us in the mid to upper 60s across central Maryland for Bel Air and Cockeysville over to Hunt Valley. Baltimore City at 69, 65 in Annapolis for you this afternoon. 70 in D.C. and even lower 70s down toward Richmond with 67 in western Maryland. Cumberland for the high today. Now, we do have some below average numbers coming. This is from the Climate Prediction Center for the next 6 to 10 days. That blue area over most of Maryland indicating we are going to see a trend that will be in the below average category, keeping that going as we head into the month of May. Notice in your car wash cast too. Sure, you can get the cars cleaned up today, but it's going to get rained on tomorrow and for Saturday too. So definitely want to probably hold off on that car wash till next week. Here's our future scan. Dry today. Again, some more of that cloud cover burning off later in the day today. The rain starts to roll in early tomorrow morning. So the second half of our commute is going to be wet. We'll have moderate rainfall through the middle of the day and into the early part of the afternoon. And then taking you through tomorrow evening, still some leftover showers. Most of the bulk of the rain is going to move out of here on Saturday. What's left behind will be a lot of cloud cover, kind of the misty conditions on Saturday afternoon. Sunday morning will start dry, but by Sunday afternoon, another round of rain showers and even the potential for some thunderstorms by the time we get into Sunday evening. That is because that frontal boundary, the colder air moving into all that warmer air as our temperatures actually warm up into Saturday and Sunday. So we get to the upper 60s today. Your 7-day forecast looks like this. Lower 60s, cooler tomorrow, and then those 70s return, as I mentioned, into Saturday and Sunday, but drier and cooler for next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window, and this is a view, if you look closely, from Angie. That's her pool. And yeah, a lot of folks have opened the pool for the season. We had those warm temps last week, and then it was cold, and, you know, it's springtime. This is basically what happens, but won't be doing much swimming tomorrow, Angie. But thank you very much for your picture. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
Thank you, Justin. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. We're getting reports of an incident in Calverton. You see the traffic just stopped on that camera up in the top left corner. It's 95 south, right at Maryland 200. Traffic backed up all the way to Maryland 216. Now, a live look on our roads here, too. Still gray this morning. Graham, our photographer, has been cruising around all morning long in just this weather. 695's outer loop in Parkville heading west towards Towson. So slow go there, but at 8:50, hopefully this morning rush is just about clearing up. So thanks, Graham, for suffering through the slow traffic this morning. 8:50, and from the red-hot Orioles to the Ravens, we're feeling so Baltimore this morning.
We have Mark Clark joining us live in studio with a draft preview for the Ravens, but he's going to start off with what the O's are celebrating this morning. What's going on, Mark?
That's right, guys. The Orioles are on fire, starting out strong this season. Last night, they're in their 5th straight series win. The O's took on the Boston Red Sox, ending with a 6-2 win. They currently have the 4th best record in all of baseball. Tonight, the Orioles will try to increase their record as they travel up to Michigan to face the Detroit Tigers. First pitch will be at 6:40. And it's time also today, the NFL draft. Eric DeCosta is making a list, what he calls the best available. And once it's done, we'll find out who's on that list for the Ravens. So here are the Ravens' 5 picks, barring trades. First up, the 22nd overall. Only one selection in the top 85 because there's no pick in the 2nd round for us, and 1 pick in rounds 3 through 6 with no in the 7th. So we get 5. And so that's what we got. Any predictions on where we're going to go? You know.
I think it's really tricky because you still don't know what's going on with Lamar. You got Huntley signed, but, you know, he's a backup. So do you look for another QB? I don't know.
Mark, I keep going back to what was that 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago when the Ravens announced, hey, we're going to have a draft press release, and they brought all the media in, and then they wouldn't answer any questions about Lamar, and everyone's like, how are you going to draft when you don't know who your quarterback is? Right.
And clearly they need more picks, too. So there's going to be some trades to get, you know, a few more, hopefully, too.
Is this I think this is the most mysterious we've ever been as the Ravens, right?
Yeah.
It makes it exciting.
Yeah, Ozzie used to be a little bit more forthcoming with it, and he probably would have told us a little bit more about Lamar.
It'll make it even more exciting when you hear that do-do-do-do, you know, the little ding when it's the Ravens pick. I love that.
I'm going to say it's weird. I'm just going to say it, guys. It's weird.
Put it out there.
It's weird.
It's weird.
All right. Thanks, Mark, for being weird. Baltimore's championship soccer team bringing their talents to the city's youth. Still to come this morning, the summer soccer camps that they're hosting, and most importantly, how you can be part of it.
And we're here at the Annapolis Town Center where the Italian Festival of Spring is coming up on Saturday. Coming up next, we're actually going to check out the dandelion flower stand and show you how to make the perfect bouquet.
All right, fragrance bouquets to something else that we like fragrance around here.
I like the smell of coffee. We should just take a coffee break.
Large beans dropping behind us right here, too.
Very large bean. Topping your morning business report, a new report says apps like Uber and Lyft practice wage discrimination based on algorithms. Law experts say pay for rideshare drivers varies based off of personal data from the app. Drivers say the app's algorithms base their pay off of how much drivers typically accept for a ride and what they usually try to earn in a day. Both Lyft and Uber deny this, though. They say personal data does not determine their workers' wages. And for all of you gamers out there, Xbox console sales are down, but revenue for their content is looking up. The video gaming brand says that's because of a large supply of consoles from the year before. Xbox subscription service Game Pass helped that service, and content revenue grew by 3%. That's compared to the year prior. Game Pass lets users play Xbox games on consoles, phones, and computers. Despite price hikes, McDonald's customers are still loving it. The fast food chain reported first quarter results, beating Wall Street expectations. McDonald's says its global sales rose 12.6% compared to the same time last year. Now I want a breakfast burrito. According to the Wall Street Journal, the company says it still expects inflationary pressure to continue this year after temporarily shutting down offices in the U.S. and laying off some corporate workers. Now it is time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
Not today, man. Dead car batteries. Every single time you're trying to get out of the house on time, be someplace, it happens. That click, click, click. Or you're on the side of the road on a gray, cold, dark day like today. It's never fun, but I have the answer for you. It's called the Jump Smart, and it can get you back on the road quickly. Watch this. Plug the two alligator clips in right here. Red clamp to red on the battery, black to black. I get a beep and a green light, and now I can start my car back up. Just like that. I don't have to wait for roadside assistance or anybody else to come and help me out. I keep a Jump Smart in every family member's car. My daughters have one, my wife has one, and I know I have peace of mind, and so do they. It's also a 10-in-1 tool. It's got a compass, a thermometer, it's a flashlight and a strobe light, many other tools as well. And my favorite part, you can charge your cell phone with the two included USB ports on the back. If you lose power in a storm or something, just plug your phone in and you can stay connected with family and friends. Speaking of them, put one in every family member's car. 25% off right now at asadeals.com.
Baltimore City school administrators are being summoned by city leaders for questioning. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain why and what we can expect to come out of today's hearing.
Another violent week in Baltimore has residents pleading for solutions. Coming up on Good Day Baltimore, we look into what could be fueling the fire.
Temperatures are not too bad right now. We are tracking our next weather maker. That's going to be a good amount of rain as we head into this upcoming weekend. We'll break it all down for you right here on Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Thursday, April 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. I know we've been talking about rain, but it's kind of nice for the plants, the grass. We kind of need it.
I love that.
Yeah.
We're going to get a lot of that tomorrow. The plants will be happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well below average. And we're like 4 or 5 inches below what we typically are this time of year. We've been very dry. Like a dry-aged prime rib.
Oh, because?
National Prime Rib Day.
There you have it.
Yeah. Fire it up on the grill tonight if you'd like to, because we've got decent weather for the next, I'd say, about 20 hours or so, because then the rain's going to be rolling in tomorrow morning. Looking outside at M&T Bank Stadium on draft day for Ravens Nation, we are seeing the sun that is popping out. That is definitely a good thing. And our temperatures that continue to climb. Overall, those low to mid and upper 50s, 51 Cockeysville, but we're almost at 60 in Baltimore City right now, and 55 your temp in Brooklyn Park. So those numbers are getting closer to average for this time of year, continuing to climb when you're out and about cast, low to mid and upper 60s as we take you through the middle of the afternoon today. And high temps are going to top out very close to 70 across Central Maryland, Eastern Shore, 70 in Easton, 65 in Annapolis, 68 your temp in Laurel today. We're back with your full forecast, and we'll talk more about that rain and how it's going to impact you. Patrice?
All right, let's see what's happening on the roads at this hour now. Looking at our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, we're getting reports of an incident in Calverton on 95 South at Maryland 200, and this is not a good look for you if you have to head through that direction. You can see that traffic backed up all the way to Maryland 216, so you're going to want to find an alternate route. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, an investigation that you first saw on Fox 45 News will be front and center during a City Hall hearing today.
Baltimore City Public Schools administrators will attempt to explain concerning student test scores.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning with more details on what we can expect from that hearing. Olivia?
Yeah, that's right. City leaders are looking for answers from Baltimore City school administrators, and the hearing is happening at 5 this evening right here at City Hall, where the council's Education, Workforce, and Youth Committee will convene. School administrators are being asked to explain why hundreds of city school students are not proficient in math. If you remember, 2 months ago, a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students among those tested who scored proficient in math. The findings sparked protests outside of school headquarters from parents demanding an explanation.
The school system was better 55 years ago than it is today.
Uneducated person does uneducated things, and we got to educate.
Fox 45 News emailed council members about their intentions, asking, quote, who do you hold accountable? How long do you anticipate it will take for student math scores to improve? And finally, what is your message to parents who have children attending these 23 schools? So far, though, no one has responded. And coming up in about 30 minutes, find out why some critics think that today's hearing will lead to little or no action. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
The city is, it may be statistically safer than it was in the last year, which was horrifically bad, historically bad. The violence was through the roof. It still is. If you have 12 people shot within less than a day,
yeah.
I mean, how can you claim victory here? It's ridiculous.
Turning now to a city in crisis and a violent week in Baltimore. Within 12 hours, 12 people were shot across the city, including a 14-year-old boy. That latest shooting happening in North Baltimore just before 2 yesterday afternoon. An 18-year-old was hurt there.
Many are now looking to the police department and their struggles to keep up with an already short staff. As the violence was unfolding this week, dispatchers were heard over the scanners. Take a listen.
Wagon person isn't in yet. They're on overtime.
Adam shift units coming clear, guys. Still holding 7 calls, or 3 priority ones. They have no one available at this time.
Well, the department's uniform patrol unit is nearly 500 officers down. Former Police Commissioner Jason Johnson, Deputy Police Commissioner that is, says the shortage could contribute to the city's crime crisis.
Well, because the BPD does not have the ability to deliver the resources necessary to reduce crime and to, create a sense of safety, which is.
Well, Fox 45 News will continue to dig deeper into the officer shortage. A former Baltimore police officer who served for decades shares why he believes the department is losing far more personnel than they can hire. We have that exclusive interview tonight on Fox 45 News at 10. Well, happening now, the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention, Youth and Victim Services, in partnership with the State Board of Victim Services and the University of Maryland, Baltimore, will come together for the 7th annual Maryland Crime Victims' Rights Conference.
Victim service professionals from around the state will be gathering to learn about the best practices and laws that impact crime victims in Maryland. Again, that is happening at 9 o'clock this morning. It started just about 5 minutes ago, and it's happening at the Maryland Judicial Center in Annapolis.
I've seen a lot of the pieces that you all have done holding our city officials accountable. I like that. We need that right now.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, a woman who fears for her safety spoke exclusively with Fox 45 News, saying her neighborhood has been overtaken by drug dealers.
I feel like a prisoner. I feel that I can't enjoy my home, the place I pay taxes for. Where I live, where my family lives, and I feel trapped. Once I saw a child who looked to be about 8 years old. I've seen adults pull up in cars and then hand backpacks to these kids. You know, they're using them.
Well, open-air drug markets have been a problem in Baltimore for years. Our cameras have caught what appears to be open-air drug dealing before, like this in West Baltimore about a year ago. Fox 45 News has heard from frustrated city council members as well.
You need to prosecute these lower-level crimes because it always escalates. You know, you go from minor possession, selling, distribution, leads to shootings, leads to homicide.
Myself and other elected leaders have raised the alarm about that. And we will continue to ask BPD to put the necessary resources in place.
Well, Fox 45 News asked police what they're doing to crack down on open-air drug markets. A spokesperson responded in a statement saying the city works with several partners to provide addiction treatment and hold drug trafficking organizations accountable. The statement goes on to say police are making arrests. They point to recent takedowns of drug trafficking groups. You can find the full statement on this and this story on our website, foxbaltimore.com. 9:06 now. House Republicans just passed legislation to cut trillions in federal spending and raise the debt ceiling. But what comes next is anyone's guess.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joining us live from Capitol Hill with where things stand now. Atra, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. This time yesterday, many doubted whether House Speaker Kevin McCarthy could garner enough support in his razor-thin majority to pass this Limit, Save, Grow Act. But in the end, after conceding some substantial alterations, it passed 217 to 215 in the House, with 4 Republicans, the max amount McCarthy could afford to lose, voting against it. Now, this was seen as the first big test of McCarthy's speakership, and it does give him some leverage heading into talks with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and President Biden. Now, whenever or however those talks happen, the Republican bill will certainly be gutted of many of its measures that cancel some of President Biden's biggest accomplishments, things like the green energy tax credit in the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, some House Republicans acknowledge this won't be the end, that they'll be voting on a revised, likely slimmed down version at some point in order to avoid a default. But it's whether McCarthy can pass that is the open question. Now, keep in mind the extremely narrow timetable McCarthy and Democratic leaders are working with. The House is out next week. The Speaker is going to Israel on a congressional delegation. And then a few days later, the president heads to Australia and Japan. That puts us at the end of May, and estimates vary for when the Treasury will hit the debt ceiling, but the consensus is it will happen sometime between June and July.
All right, national correspondent Atra Al-Nashar live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Another economic indicator just released this morning, and the hope was that this would help lower interest rates.
Tom Rogers is at the Live Center with the GDP and the federal reports. Tom?
Yeah, well, let me just put it simply for you. No change for low and middle class relief to see any release, and no indication from these reports about our economy. The U.S. economy slowing sharply from January through March, decelerating to just 1.1 annual pace as higher interest rates hammered the housing market and businesses reduced inventories. Now, the estimate from the Commerce Department showed the nation's gross domestic product, the broadest gauge of the economic output, weakened after growing 3.2% from July through September and 2.6 from October through November. But consumer spending, which accounts for about 70% of the U.S. economy activity, remained resilient. That was growing at 3.7% annual pace, the fastest quarterly pace in nearly 2 years. So we're still shopping. The slowdown reflects the impact of the Federal Reserve's aggressive drive to try and tame the inflation with 9 interest rate hikes over just the past year. You saw that with your credit and your mortgages right here. The worst part, the surge in borrowing costs expected to send the economy into a recession sometime this year. So the markers that we had today didn't show us one way or the other, and we're still just stagnant. However, it doesn't slow down our spending. That's the latest from our Live Center. Back to you.
All right, thank you. Looking at 9:09 now, and that means another check of the weather.
Yep, let's get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got to look at our forecast and the timing for that rain that we're expecting.
You guys like gummy bears too?
Yeah, take or leave it,
sure.
But yeah.
It's gummy bears day.
It's a busy day.
It is. It's gummy bears and prime rib.
Don't go together.
No, not necessarily. I mean, maybe for dessert, you know, a little couple of those Haribo things. But either way, yeah, the rain is going to be rolling in, especially as we get into tomorrow. So a lot of cloud cover around right now. Looks like it's going to rain again. We definitely have a lot of moisture out there. Our temperatures will be warming up, actually, the next couple of hours in the lower 60s. So if you are out for a run or a jog, you are good to go. Your 3T cast today, tonight, tomorrow, 69 today. We'll be in the upper 50s tonight with those clouds rolling in. And then we're only going to get to the lower 60s 60s tomorrow. So basically where our temps are kind of hovering in the next hour or two is about as warm as we get tomorrow with the rain showers and those cooler conditions ahead. We'll break down the timing of the rain and how long it sticks around for your final weekend of April coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. A big day ahead as Baltimore City Public School administrators will be summoned and center of attention during a hearing today at City Hall. In our next half hour, why some critics are skeptical that no results will come from this hearing.
But first, police say 10 disability placards were stolen from cars in Howard County. After the break, how police plan to reimburse Maryland residents who were stolen from. 9/11, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Developing now in Howard County, police are investigating after they say 10 disability placards were stolen out of cars in just one night. One was stolen in Columbia. The 9 others were stolen from a few neighborhoods off Route 1 in Elkridge. Police say it is likely one person or a small group of people are responsible. It's not clear why they were stolen, but Howard County police believe that it's not a trend because it happened during just one overnight period. If you need a replacement placard, you can apply online at MyMVA. Well, the state is expanding its plan to reimburse Maryland residents who had EBT funds stolen from them. A newly signed law allows EBT card holders to file for reimbursement from theft as far back as the start of 2021. Under the new policy, more than 1,000 additional households will become eligible to recover $820,000 in previously stolen cash and food assistance benefit payments. For more information on how to file a reimbursement claim, you can head to FOX45.com.
There is new technology at BWI that could help keep flyers safe and streamline the airport experience. TSA demonstrating new ID verification tech. The CAT-2 scanners verify travelers' photo identification and flight details in real time, and that cuts out the need for travelers to present a boarding pass while they're getting through security. Airport officials say it's a big step forward for safety.
It significantly enhances the capabilities for us to determine whether an ID is fraudulent that's coming through. It also is able to tell us whether or not the individual that is presenting the ID has a valid flight coming out of our airport.
In addition to safety improvements, the new tech will also allow for faster security screening, cutting back on wait times getting into the terminal. Now to a bright spot for you this morning. Some Baltimore County students receive a very special gift.
On behalf of the residents of Baltimore County, I thank you for your efforts, and I wish you much success with this new bike ride. Congratulations!
Johnny Cake Elementary received a new bike rack yesterday. Now, we understand this came about because County Executive Johnny Olszewski paid a visit to the school a couple of weeks ago. At that time, students told him about how they wanted to ride their bikes to school, but they didn't have a place to keep them.
We need to listen to our children, and we need to tell them that their voices have power and that their voices can change not just their school community, but Cambrians and everyone else in Miss Cutter's classes. They can change their community, they can change the world.
That's pretty awesome. Look at that. They're excited. And just in time, because next week is Bike to Work week.
Look at all the smiles, jumping up, dancing.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
All right, well, it's a gloomy day. Not a lot of sun out there. At least it's going to be warm, but then we've got rain on the way.
We have meteorologist Justin Chambers timing this all out for us.
Yeah, the biking tomorrow will be of the indoor variety where the person in the screen yells at you and says, go faster. And you're like, shut up, I'm trying. Here's a look right now from our shot that is zoomed in to, look at that, a new sign there. Welcome to the Baltimore Peninsula. That's right there on the Patapsco, of course, with 95 going by. And yeah, it is a little bit gray right now. Upper 50s, your temperatures now, and we're going to be on our way to the upper 60s. So even though it's a cloudy morning, we do expect at least a little bit more sun poking through with a warmer afternoon ahead, and then tracking that rain starting for tomorrow and into parts of our weekend. Now, golfers today maybe a little squishy on some of the greens and fairways, but overall dry conditions, not really much wind to speak of today with mid to upper 60s. Now, if you want to get out on the water, boaters and watermen today, just know good today, but tomorrow we're going to have gale watches in effect, possibly some more gale warnings as that wind is expected to pick up with all of that rain that will be out there. Mid to upper 60s across Carroll County and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon, from Perry Hall and White Marsh out through Dundalk, 66 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley over to Reisterstown as well. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you'll see those mid to upper 60s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down through Odenton, Glen Burnie and Pasadena, right about 67 and 66 in Annapolis for this afternoon. Here's a look at your MoCast. See, that's the electric one. All you do... I know it's not as impressive, right? Because the electric one is like, you know, and got to have the big crank, right? Yeah. Plus, you know, yeah. All right. Well, if you have an electric mower like I do and a cord and it's annoying and I always trip over it and everything, you can get out there and get the mowing done today. Friday and Saturday, not going to be the case, guys. So get the grass cut today before the rain rolls in. Here's a look at our future scan. We do expect to see at least some of those clouds breaking up later today. Rain comes in late tonight and early tomorrow morning. So basically from the middle part of our commute tomorrow through most of the afternoon and into the evening tomorrow night, we'll see that steady, moderate, possibly even heavy rain at times. Most of that rain moves out of here by Saturday morning. What's left behind is a lot of cloud cover, kind of misty conditions, but overall we're not raining on Saturday. But then we get more rain on Sunday. So two separate weather makers, and this rain coming in Sunday could lead to some thunderstorms. We've got warmer air out ahead of this cold front, and typically when that happens, that's when we get some rising air. That's when it could lead to some thunderstorms by late Sunday into early Monday. So that's what we look at. That's what it looks like in our 7-day forecast. Upper 60s today, cooler tomorrow with lower 60s. Then the 70s return for this weekend, even though it will be unsettled, and then cooler and drier into next week. I'll keep working on it, Meg.
You're getting there. It's so close. I feel it. Remember, you can track severe storms even when we're not on the air by downloading the free FOX45 Weather Authority app. You can go to your app store, search WBFF to get started.
All right, looking at our Lens Solar traffic network as we look out over the beltways in this area, these shots look pretty great. Everybody is moving along up to speed, no issues, although we have seen issues in other parts of our region. So just be careful as you get out on the roads this morning. Our traffic reporter Graham is on the inner loop, 695 in Catonsville, where there is little to no volume. So he's moving along just fine. This shot makes me feel like the Wizard of Oz before it turned to color when they got to Munchkin Land.
Well, making headlines for you here this morning, the FAA says it's putting together an independent safety review team after a string of narrowly averted runway collisions at major airports. And that group is set to meet next month with a goal of recommending safety and reliability improvements, hopefully this fall, they say. The team consists of former FAA officials. There's a previous head of the National Transportation Safety Board on there as well. Last month, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg demanded the FAA improve safety, and at that time, it was investigating 6 near collisions on or near runways this year.
The Orioles tally their 16th win of the season and continue to climb in the AL East. Coming up, we're going to take a look at their next game coming up.
Plus, you don't have to be a pro to play sports. It's just about having a blast. After the break, the Baltimore Blast youth soccer camps happening this summer. 9:21 now on Good Day Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.924, Baltimore's championship soccer team is hosting soccer camps for youth players throughout this summer. Parents, now is the time to get your kids signed up to enhance their skills with the best team, the Baltimore Blast. Blast player Zach Hausler is joining us to talk all about the camps. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
All right, before we get to the camps, we have to talk about what the team is doing, because right now, it's amazing time for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We are currently playing for the Ron Newman Cup final in the MASL.
Okay.
The team is in Chihuahua, Mexico, getting ready to face the Chihuahua Savage.
All right, so when's that happen? When do we need to have our fingers crossed and cheer?
Tomorrow and Friday night, 10 p.m. Eastern time on Twitch. You can find both of those games.
Okay, that is pretty awesome. The team is amazing. All right, you all are doing amazing things in the community now. You're talking about summer camps.
Yep.
Tell me about those.
Well, you know, we aren't a team without the fans and without those kids. You know, the camps start in June They run through the summer. There's 24 camps
wow.
available. Yep, when they offer half and full day as well.
So when you say 24 camps in different places, or how does that work?
Correct. It's all over the Baltimore metro area,
awesome.
ranging from Baltimore City, Baltimore County, all the way to Howard County, Carroll County. We try to get our full audience base. We'd like to give back as much as we can, as far as we can.
And we're looking at pictures of some of the kids that have participated in camps before, and they look like they are having a blast, no pun intended, but they're having a really, really good time out there.
It's a great time. I mean, you know, first and foremost, it's about having fun. Obviously, we want to teach them the fundamentals of soccer. That's what they're there for. But for them to come out and meet the players, something that's maybe not always accessible for everybody who can't come to games, we think that that's a good opportunity for everyone.
How amazing is that? The kids are going to lose their minds actually getting to meet you all. And what is that like for you all to be able to interact with the fans and then also be part of raising up the next generation to take over the blast?
It's really rewarding. I mean, and you can see it come full circle. I was somebody who came and watched games and was a fan, and now I'm playing with guys that I watched growing up, right?
Oh, how awesome.
So, and again, we're grateful for, you know, the fans and the support that they give us. So it's bare minimum, the least we can do to give back, and then obviously to be able to help grow and cherish, you know, that next generation of soccer players is something we take seriously.
Right. And again, you say they start in June, they go through the summer. Is there still availability for parents to sign their kids up?
Yes, there is. You can go to our website at www.baltimoreblast.com. And you can sign up if there are openings for your desired dates.
And we were just seeing, as they were scrolling through, some of those camp dates still open. Probably won't be open for long, especially now. So you should go there fast. Thank you so much, Zach. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, highs are going to reach the mid to upper 60s today, but more rain is on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the next weather maker and how that's going to impact your weekend plans.
Today, school administrators will answer directly to city leaders. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why some are concerned that nothing will change after the hearing. You're watching Fox.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45. Good Day, Baltimore.
The Orioles are starting out strong this season. This has been fun. Last night, they earned their 5th straight series win.
The O's took on the Boston Red Sox, ending in a 6-2 win. They currently have the 4th best record in all of baseball. Wow. Today, the Orioles will try to increase their record as they travel up to Michigan to play the Detroit Tigers. First pitch, 6:40.
Why? It's usually 6:35. Why is this game 6:40 tonight?
They've got few more things to do.
Yeah, a couple more setups. That's funny.
Welcome back on this Thursday. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got to look at the forecast.
It's Detroit. They're still licking their wounds from getting swept by us. That's what it is.
It's funny, though, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is very interesting, too. Yeah, I mean, it was great to see. I mean, the pitching's coming in line. The hitting is looking good. Literally one of the strongest teams in the Major League Baseball. We're only 3.5 games out of first place, so that is a good place to be at the end of April. They're not back here for a couple of weeks. They had the longest the longest road trip of the season, 10 games. Here's a look at your Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Lots of cloud cover out there right now. Still, those low clouds are hampering that visibility, but upper 40s and lower 50s is what we're looking at for Western Maryland, out into the mid to upper 50s across Central Maryland at this time. For Westminster and Bel Air, right at 58 in Baltimore City. So next 12 hours, numbers steadily rising, mid to upper 60s, closer to the average of a high of 74 today. Now, we're going to be cooler tomorrow. We have to deal with rain as well. We get right back to about 70 on Saturday with a few more showers left over as well. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
Thank you, Justin. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we've got a live look here over the Beltway. Pretty good time to hit the road here this morning. Volumes just fine. We had some slowdowns a little earlier, but things are improving.
9:31 and turning now to the crisis in the classroom. An investigation that you first saw on Fox 45 News will now be front and center during a hearing today. Baltimore City public school administrators are being summoned to City Hall after a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students among those tested proficient in math. Now, the hearing is happening at 5 this evening, and Olivia Dance is here to tell us more. Olivia?
Yeah, Patrice, as you just mentioned, the hearing is happening at 5 this evening right here at City Hall. And school leaders will attempt to explain students concerning test scores. But Michael Johnson, a retired city school teacher, thinks that the hearing will lead to little action. Take a listen to his concerns.
For me, this is just a dog and pony show. I think the city council could stand up and say, we have a problem and that we need to have it fixed. But in the end of the game, they're not going to do jack.
Johnson's concern, not much will come from the hearing, and that students will continue to suffer. If you remember, just 2 months ago, a Project Baltimore investigation revealed that 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students among those tested who scored proficient in math. And of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring the hearing to see how school leaders handle the pressure from City Hall. Patrice, back to you.
Olivia, we know that city council members called the administrators to the hearing to talk about those test scores, but has the council given any further details about what their intentions are, what they want to come from this hearing?
No, Patrice, not really. So we emailed council member these questions right there on your screen, saying, who do you hold accountable? How long do you anticipate it will take for student math scores to improve? And finally, what is your message to parents who have children attending these 23 schools? As of now, though, no one has responded, so we'll just have to wait and see what comes out of tonight's hearing. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. We want to hear from you. Do you trust city council members to ask tough questions of school leaders? So far, 97% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Attorneys for Adnan Syed are filing a motion with the Maryland Court of Appeals to reconsider its decision to reinstate his murder conviction. Syed's conviction was vacated last September after spending more than 20 years behind bars. Former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby said that was because of new DNA evidence. The appeals court reinstated his conviction last month after the family of Hayman Lee petitioned the court, arguing Hayman Lee's brother wasn't given proper notice to speak in person when Syed's sentence was first overturned.
Laurel Park confirms regular training will resume at the track today, and it comes exactly 1 week after a horse gets an injury while racing and then dies. Live racing is likely expected to return on Saturday, pending approval from the Maryland Racing Commission. The Maryland Jockey Club says that they've received part of a track safety report confirming Laurel's dirt track is safe for racing. Well, the news, pretty foul this morning, from inside an elementary school to massive media coverage in the Bronx.
Tom Rogers is in our live center with the breaking news in the Bronx, and all the media outlets there are focused on the tree. What's in the tree?
That guy right there, taking you live to the Bronx, about 25 feet up in that tree, a male peacock, apparently a vicious bird. Just look at him right there. Dangerous fowl. Peacock waking up that entire neighborhood, started roosting early in the morning. Then he started crowing. And then we found out he even attacked a curious onlooker last night, leading to neighbors to call police. Now, a 12-hour standoff. NYPD's finest discovered the noisy peacock, ended up calling the zoo. Their investigation quickly found them. Yes, the Bronx Zoo is out. They are missing one male peacock named Raoul, and zoologists say he is the feisty one. So just look at how vicious he looks right there, sitting there. Yeah. For nearly 10 hours, the largest city in America had media crews focused on this bird all morning long. Still there. That's a live look. Earlier this week, though, so there's Raoul. Let's change pace here for you here, because earlier this week, going back to the fowl and the flocks here. Yeah, mother duck and her 13 ducklings were able to safely waddle through the elementary school. His mother apparently roosts in one of the school's courtyards. And when they get big enough, the ducklings, she walks them through the building to the retention pond right near that school in Virginia. Normally it is just this female mallard and her brood, but this year, teachers say another mallard couple is using another courtyard at that same elementary school. So the kids will watch those ducklings waddle past their classrooms for a third time this year in just a little bit. So complete difference between the birds here, from this cute little mallard to this vicious, mean peacock who attacks somebody. Look at that. There's probably about, no joke, if they move these cameras, there's like 1,000 people below here. Camera crews all over the place focused on Raoul. We have no idea when they're going to get him out and who's going to go up in a ladder and go get him, but yeah, vicious bird.
So the peacocks can't fly, so how did he get so far up?
Maybe they can do like just little jumps like that.
So maybe
like
he's going
chickens.
branch to branch?
Maybe.
And I've always heard that they can be mean little things. All right, well, the draft is here, and the Ravens are on the clock. Still to come, General Manager Eric DeCosta's plans headed into tonight.
The Annapolis Town Center is all ready for spring, and the Italian Spring Festival coming up this weekend. The dandelion flower stand is actually going to be there. We're going to learn more how to put together a perfect bouquet. And
April showers bring May flowers. The Italian Festival of Spring is happening at the Annapolis Town Center this weekend, and it has more than just amazing Italian food, but also an array of flowers and bouquets.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson is in Annapolis this morning with more on what we can expect. Amy.
Yeah, we're here at the Annapolis Town Center where they are getting all ready for spring. And this weekend, the Italian Spring Festival is coming up. Everything flowers. And that's why we're bringing Danny Miner in. And her mom, Beth, is over there working hard this morning. This just screams spring. I love your stand. This is your business that you started. How did you come up with this idea?
So it all started, I was actually working at a marketing agency back in 2019. I walked into this coffee shop that was right nearby. I walked in, there was a huge tub of like tulips, the most beautiful flowers I had literally ever seen in my life. And I needed to understand why they were the most gorgeous, to be honest with you. So I just kept going in, buying this woman's flowers. And it turned out they were from a local farmer. Oh, cool. And yeah, I really got to know her and her farm. And anytime I took a break and went into this coffee shop, I was like literally praying that she had them. She had them. So skip forward a year. We're in COVID. This is probably like March or April 2020. I told my mom, I was like, okay, we have to find something safe that I can do to just like get out of this house.
Stay busy.
Very extroverted. We were both extroverted. So I was like, maybe we can like go get her flowers. It's that time again. Yeah. And so as we're there, my mom she was really great, and she said to me, Danny, this is the happiest I've ever seen you when we were on her farm. She left the tulips out for us. It was like the safest thing we could do. And then throughout that next summer of like 2020, some of the safest things that we could do were go to some of these flower farms and really understand. And we did some pick your owns, and it was just like the best. So throughout that next year, we really did some planning of how we can really get into working with flowers and how we can also bring some of the locals with and connect the community with the local flowers.
That's great. And all turn it into a beautiful bouquet like your mom just put together there.
So I'm really excited today. We have a woman-owned farm on the flower stand today. Half of the blooms on our stand today are from a local farm called Fairy Tale Farmette. She's out of Davidsonville, Maryland, and it's really why I do this. It's my passion.
That's awesome.
So we make sure through Maryland's growing season, we are open all year, but through Maryland's growing season, so really the March to like Halloween time, we really are incorporating local into everything that we do.
That's great. Not only are you going to be out here Saturday at the Annapolis Town Center for their festival, people can find you all around if they want to get in touch and get some of these beautiful flowers and bouquets.
Yes, that's exactly right. We're all around Annapolis, all around Baltimore, whether it's farmers markets, vendor events. We also have self-serve flower stands, one down in Annapolis here, and then one up in Baltimore in front of the coffee shop Order and Chaos.
Okay, awesome. Well, if people want more information, we've got it up on our website. They can reach out to you or head over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. In Annapolis, Amy Aronson, Fox 45 News.
All right, Amy, thank you. Temperatures. We're going to put on our website first, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks is how you can learn more. Meantime, those temperatures we were speaking of, they're climbing into the mid to upper 60s for your Thursday. Still ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know how warm it feels today and as we head into the weekend.
And spend your weekend celebrating the harmony of rhythm and blues for International Jazz Day. After the break, we've got some jazz stars giving us a sneak peek of what to expect. He's been playing throughout the morning. We've been enjoying in our commercial breaks. You're about to enjoy too. 9:44 is the time.
happening this weekend. Celebrate peace and solidarity through the rhythmic sounds of jazz. This Sunday is International Jazz Day, and you can relax with the Janet Paulson Jazz Trio in a tribute concert. This morning, we have jazz pop vocalist Janet Paulson standing next to me, and also Sean Simon with the upright bass joining us live in studio. Thank you both so much for being here.
Well, thanks for having us, Megan. It's great to be here today.
There is something about jazz. It makes you feel things.
It does. It does. And you know what? International Jazz Day was started in 2011 through the United Nations, and Herbie Hancock is actually the ambassador. These concerts are going to be going around all around the world. So we're really excited that we're a part of this whole thing.
And this is a special one. It's a tribute.
Yes,
yes. What is it for?
For peace and solidarity throughout the world. So what we're going to be doing at Manor Mill in Moncton, Maryland, up in the county, we're going to have our trio performing. We're going to do songs saluting a lot of jazz greats in the beginning part of the program. Like Ella's birthday was just on Tuesday. Duke Ellington is on Saturday.
One of the best.
We're excited. So it's been Jazz Appreciation Month, and we're also going to feature a young 15-year-old fellow by the name of Nick Karn. He couldn't be here today. He's a freshman in Calvert Hall, and he won a gold medal down in Florida for his jazz trombone solo.
You got to come out to hear him and also listen to you guys. You're giving us a sneak peek.
Just a sneak peek.
Let's let you take it away.
I'm going to let Sean start.
All right.
No moon at all. What a night. Even lightning bugs have dimmed their lights. Stars have disappeared from sight, and there's no moon at all. Don't make a sound, it's so dark. Even Fido is afraid to bark. Just the perfect time to chance, and we're gonna park tonight. Should we want atmosphere for inspiration, dear? One kiss will make it clear that tonight is right, and bright moonlight light interfere. No moon at all. What a night. This is nothing like they told us of. Just to think we fell in love, and there's no moon at all. No moon at all. No moon at all. No moon at all. Thank you.
That was great. I love that, you guys. Thank you so much.
Yay.
Can you play a little bit more so I can do my weather? Can you hear it? Well, here we go. The weather outside is looking a little gray. On the way today, we will see the rain come our way, but don't dismay. Here we go, May's coming. Oh, that's it. Oh, I was riffing, man. I can go for 3 hours with that. That was awesome. All right, good stuff. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. Woo! I'm all jazzed up right now. Oh, feeling good. Good morning to all of you. Happy Thursday. It's almost Friday. Can you feel that? Can you feel the Friday vibe? It's almost here. Now, temps will actually be a little bit warmer for this afternoon. Even though we've got those gray skies out there, we will have some of the cloud cover break apart, so that sun will pop through for a little bit later this afternoon. Definitely warmer numbers, mid to upper 60s, so we'll definitely take that closer to the average for this time of year. Right about 69 for our high today. That number is pretty close to the average number of 70, and 7:56 is when that sun goes to bed tonight. Mid to upper 60s across central Maryland, 68 Columbia and Laurel, 65 Annapolis, Stevensville at 68 in the Eastern Shore. Notice our pollen numbers, they've come down just a little bit with some of that rain. We do expect the trees and the grass to get back into that low category, especially with that rain we're expecting tomorrow. So rain definitely beneficial. We've been so dry, so we'll definitely need all of this rain coming in. But I know it's going to impact your Friday plans, and that means your Friday morning commute is going to be wet, starting about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, continuing through the middle part of the morning into the early afternoon with some steady, moderate showers. Could get a good 1 to 2 inches of rain. More of that rain moves out of here on Saturday, and what's left behind is a lot of cloud cover, so we'll keep the cloudy skies, kind of misty conditions, and then another round of rain and even some storms possible by the time we get into Sunday afternoon. So definitely an unsettled weekend ahead for us. 7-day forecast, 69 today, cooler with lower 60s tomorrow, then back to the lower 70s for this upcoming weekend.
9:52 now and topping your Sports Unlimited news. Don't look now, but the O's have the 4th best record in all of baseball. The Birds are eyeing their 5th straight series win. Tyler Wells delivered with another quality outing, 5 2/3, 2 earned, 7 strikeouts, and the win. The O's go on to beat the Red Sox. 6-2 is the final score. From the diamond to the gridiron, we're taking you live to Kansas City, where the 2023 NFL Draft is going to get kicked off tonight, and many are wondering what the Ravens will do.
On paper, they are the biggest needs to consider our corner wideout and edge, but General Manager Eric DeCosta could be thinking something else.
In general, I think, secondary is always something that we can address. Offensive line is always something. The defensive line that we should address. The receiver position. Those positions where you need multiple guys to play.
In addition to the 22nd overall pick, the Ravens hold pick 86 in the 3rd, 124 in the 4th, 157 in the 5th, and then 199 in the 6th. The NFL Draft kicks off again tonight, and we're going to have you covered both on air and online. An unsettled several days are on the way here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know what to expect for the weekend in that 10-day exclusive forecast. 9:53 now on Good Day.
All right, welcome back. It used to be that Sandlot place, right?
That's a nice bar.
Building that big building or whatever, the new stuff, the development out there. By the way, boaters in Waterman today, not a bad day to be on the water tomorrow. We're going to be talking about gale watches, probably gale warnings. Wind is going to pick up, and then it's going to be raining, too, pretty much all day tomorrow. So get your stuff done today that you want to do outdoors with a high of 69. We will see a little bit more sun later today, but rain pretty much all day tomorrow. Misty and overcast Saturday, Sunday, some storms by Sunday afternoon. And then notice we're drier next week, but temperatures a little cooler.
Larry, the cable guy, get her done.
Get her done.
Get her done.
That's right. Yeah.
Where'd that come from?
I don't know. Just popped right in here. I can't control this.
No,
Just
no
happens.
one can.
We did it.
Get her done.
Not a taxi.